28, Caslin Kalahuavehi. Wearing number 000 in right field, Winter Hurst. Batting fifth at second base, number 7, Laura Vasquez. Batting sixth in left field, number 14, Bryn Lott. Batting seventh, the designated player, wearing number 27, Ashley Akers. Batting eighth at third base, number 9, Avery Gray. At shortstop, batting ninth, wearing number 2, Kennedy Pitwick. And pitching, wearing number 6, freshman Caitlin James. Those are your Montana State University Yellow Jackets. And now let's meet the non-starters for Western Washington University. Number 5, Gracie Houston. Number 9, Kiana Kong. Number 10, Emily McCutcheon. Number 13, Joey Baker. Number 17, Evie Messina. Number 21, Chase Williams. Number 23, Haley Kim. Number 24, Nivy Johnson. And number 32, Alexis Slater. And now the starting line. 9 for the Vikings, announced by 7th-year head coach Cheryl Gilmore. Assistant coaches Sharita Labazan, Leah Francis, Ashley Jacobson, and Hanako Hirai, and our athletic trainer Thomas Silverberger. Batting lead up at third base, number 8, Malia Andrews. Batting second at second base, number 15, Connie Patoy. Batting third to shortstop, wearing number 1, Haley Rath. Batting cleanup and catching, number 38, Emma Andrudescu Ramirez. Batting fifth at first base, number 19, Olivia Matlock. Batting sixth, the designated player, number 99, Paris Delamagore. In right field, batting seventh, number 3, Rachel Traxler. Batting eighth in center field, number 16, Layla Carpenter. And batting ninth in left field, number 2, Lexi Barkham. Starting pitcher for the Vikings, right-hand pitcher, Allie Kimball. Those are your Western Washington University Vikings. And now, fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise to the table. And in absence of the flag in right field, please direct your attention to the scoreboard for the playing of our national anthem.
Welcome into Viking Field for the first game of a doubleheader this Friday afternoon. Western Washington University hosting Montana State Billings and the Yellow Jackets here in Bellingham, Washington. These two teams have not faced off this season, and these will be 4 matchups over the weekend, and the only matchups that they will face unless the Yellow Jackets can make a postseason push. But right now, Western Washington, they come into this matchup number 11 in the country with a record of 26-9 overall, 10-2 in the GNAC, and they have been hot as far as conference games go. They've won their last 9 GNAC games and look to continue that streak here against the Yellow Jackets, who have struggled in 2025, a record of 10-21 overall, but a 5-6 record in the conference. They look to steal a couple here away from the number 11 ranked Western Washington Vikings. We're excited to get the first 2 games of a quad doubleheader that we will have here. 2 games today and then 2 games tomorrow. It'll be a noon start time just like this one Saturday, and you can catch it here on Vikings TV. I'm Zen Hill. Welcome into the broadcast. We have Allie Kimball for the Vikings taking the circle to face off against Montana State Billings. Kimball carries a 2.31 ERA with a 10-3 record into her 17th start of the season, her 18th appearance overall. The right-handed pitcher had a stellar freshman season and is adding to it as a part of a Vikings pitching staff that is the best in the conference. When you look at conference leaders in ERA, Kiana Kong, Ali Kimball, and Joey Baker are the top 3. And they will look to continue that against Montana State Billings. For the Yellow Jackets, Marley Nieto is the center fielder. She'll lead things off, the number 12 on her back. Montana State Billings wearing the white bottoms, their navy blue and yellow tops. Vikings are in their rare gray uniforms. Don't see those a whole lot at home. Gray tops and bottoms for the Vikings. Here's Kimball's first pitch of the game, and we are underway. It's a swinging strike foul by Nieto. The junior in the leadoff spot is the best hitter on this Yellow Jacket team. .407 batting average, her 28th start of the year. Has picked up 37 hits and 91 at-bats for her. A lefty bat starting in center field today for the Yellow Jackets. Kimball ahead 0-1 off her first pitch. Here's another one. And it's outside away from Nieto. Ali Kimball last season an all-GNAC honorable mention, was a key part of the tournament run that the Vikings had, winning the West Regional and then going to the national championships and advancing all the way to the NCAA World Series, just falling short as the runner-ups against UT Tyler. Vikings are definitely poised for another good season here. Number 1 right now in the West region, number 11, as I mentioned, nationally. It's a 2-1 count after back-to-back misses from Kimball. She delivers the pitch from the circle. It's swung on and hit into the air into left field. Lexi Barkham doesn't have to move much for it, and will grab the first out of our first game of the doubleheader here on this Friday afternoon. That'll bring up Kaylin Galvin, having the catching duties today. She will catch for Caitlin James, who's the starter for the Yellow Jackets. Galvin settles into the right-handed batter's box. A .317 average for her on the season. 1 out, and the pitch from Kimball taken by Galvin a bit high. And it's ball number 1. Galvin making her 31st start of the season for the Yellow Jackets. She's played in every single game so far for Montana State Billings. Kimball able to find the strike zone 1-1. This is a Yellow Jacket team that has a lot of pop at the plate. Galvin, one of them. 5 home runs on the year for her. She's slugging .610. As a team, the Yellow Jackets have hit the most home runs in the conference by a far margin. There's a swinging strike. Kimball blew it past the batter, and it's 1-2. 1 out for Kimball. Off the fly out to left field. Kaylin Galvin, the senior, in the box and a 1-2 count behind. The 1 out pitch from Kimball delivered. It is high for ball 2. Yellow Jackets enter this game against the Vikings, coming off of 3 losses against St. Martin's. Game 4 that they were supposed to play was rained out. A 2-2 from Kimball. Galvin takes the pitch and works herself into a full count after being behind. And now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Galvin has worked it full. St. Martin's took a 9-0 win over the Yellow Jackets in Game 1. A 9-3 win in Game 2, and a 4-3 win on a walk-off in Game 3. The 3-2 hit on the ground to Andrews, scoops at third base, throws across to first, and Matlock squeezes it for out number 2. Routine 5-3, ground out, and there's 2 outs in the frame. That'll bring up the first baseman for this game, number 1, Jaslyn Kaluavehi, at the plate. A senior with Montana State Billings, batting .348 entering the afternoon. First pitch is low, strike 1 on the right-handed bat of Kaluavehi. The 25th start for her. She can play both corner infield positions, has settled in at first base throughout her Yellow Jacket career. An 0-1 from Kimball with 2 outs, swing and a miss on a high pitch. Kaluavehi went chasing above the zone and is down in an 0-2 hole. Kimball trying to go 1-2-3 in the first. Kimball has thrown 72 2/3 innings so far this season for the Vikings, has struck out 43 batters. And the 0-2 delivers another pitch high and misses. That ball rising above the zone. Kaluavehi this time was able to lay off of it, and the count is 1-2. Kimball has gone the complete distance in the circle twice this season, on the way to that 10-3 record. Here's the 1-2 pitch from her. Batter lays off of it again, and now it's an even 2-2 count. Kaluavehi last season appeared in 38 games for the Yellow Jackets in her junior season. She was a .309 batter and popped out 7 home runs. 2-2 pitch from Kimball is popped up into the air, still in play. Andrew Jeski-Ramirez with the mask off is able to make the catch, and it is a 1-2-3 inning with a nice grab off the fly out to the catcher. It's 1-2-3 in a row sat down by Kimball. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Vikings bats coming up.
Leading off for Western Washington, the third baseman, sophomore from Shoreline, number 8, Malia Andrews.
Bottom of the first inning at Viking Field. No runs put up by the Yellow Jackets in the top half of the frame. Allie Kimball retires the Yellow Jackets in order, and it brings up these Vikings bats that have done so much damage this season, and led off by the star player, of course, Malia Andrews, and she is batting .518 on the season. By far the conference leader, and she is second in the nation as far as batting average goes. Andrews was recently named to the NFCA Division II Player and Pitcher of the Year watch list. She joined Kiana Kong on that list as the only 2 Vikings. After 2 pitches from the starter, Caitlin James 1-1. James is a transfer from Feather River College, now in her first season with the Yellow Jackets. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Andrews inside, wrapped it down the first base slide foul, and it's 1-2. James pitched in 34 games in her first season. Now here with the Yellow Jackets for the second time in her career, pitching to an .834 ERA. This is a Montana State Billings pitching staff that has really struggled. A team ERA above 8 is the worst in the conference. James, the right-handed pitcher, looking for some improvement, but it'll be tough against Vikings bats. 2-2 is the count. Andrews at the plate, swings and hits this into the air. Back up is the center fielder. It's going to go over her head, up, bounce off the warning track and off the wall. Andrews going to turn it into a double, as that one just seemed to kind of eat up Nieto out in center field. Andrews able to soar it over the center fielder's head and has her double with no outs, a runner in scoring position for the Vikings. So Malia Andrews picks up her 14th double of the season. And it'll bring up Connie Patoy. Patoy, the second baseman, while she was away from Viking Field, made history. She's now Western's all-time leader for games played, and she puts this into the air, right center field. Nieto to her left will make a grab, and no tag up from Andrews as the throw comes in. Patoy sat down on 1 pitch and an out on a flyout to the center fielder. Andrews remains at second base for Haley Rath. Rath, the shortstop. She's knocked in 27 runs this season, a chance to do so with Andrews on second. Pitch from James misses, and it's ball 1. Haley Rath, the junior, is batting .339. He's played in all 35 games for the Vikings. The top 3 in the order: in Andrews, Petoy, and Rath have all made starts in every single game for the Vikings. Rath rips this down the third base line. That's a fair ball into the left field corner. It's now going to be rallied to home, and the throw is not in time. Rath has an RBI single, stretches it to second base on the throw advance, and the Vikings lead 1-0 over the Yellow Jackets. Rath was a bit early on her swing, but was able to keep it fair, and now Western has a 1-0 lead. Andrews with the leadoff double is brought home on the Haley Rath single. 1-0 the score. Vikings ahead. Emma Andrzejewski Ramirez at the plate. Caitlin James in the circle, already surrendering an earned run. So Rath knocks in her 28th of the season. The team leader is Emma Andrzejewski Ramirez in RBI. She's tied with Olivia Matlock, who is on deck with one out in the bottom of the first. Catcher Andrzejewski Ramirez lays off that one, and she's ahead. .348 average hitter for Andrzejewski Ramirez. Swings and hits this down the line into left field. It'll be scooped, and Rath is held at third base this time. Andrzejewski Ramirez going to advance to second base. Back-to-back singles for Western Washington. And heads up base running by each as well, advancing on the throws. So now two will be in scoring position. Rath at third and Andrzejewski Ramirez at second. Back-to-back base hits travel out into left field. And out there is Bryn Lucht, who couldn't get the throw home off the run-scoring single from Haley Rath. This time able to relay it to the plate in time enough to hold Haley Rath at third base. Montana State Billings taking the time here with just one out. It's worth mentioning that Joe Yegi in his first season for Montana State Billings here. Yegi takes over the program after being a head coach for the last 3 seasons at Missouri Western State University. Last year they had a 31-20 record, and they went an even 500 in their conference games. Coach Yegi actually began his career at North Iowa Community College, then spent 5 seasons as a hitting coach at Indiana State. Had a long tenure of 11 seasons at Kirkwood Community College before making it to DePaul, where he was an assistant and part of the Big East coaching staff of the year in 2021. Now here with the Yellow Jackets, and his first year with them. The pitch to Matlock misses. Ball number 1. James trying to find it. She's allowed 1 run already in the frame, only 1 out, and 2 Vikings in scoring positions, with a dangerous hitter, Olivia Matlock, at the plate. 31 runs batted in for her, tied for the team lead. Pitch goes up to her. Ball 2. Matlock is the transfer from the GNAC rival St. Martin's. Came to Western Washington for her final 2 years, in her first in the Vikings blue and gray. Fouls off the pitch inside. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to her. James in the circle entered this game with 79 earned runs in 66 innings. And in danger of surrendering more here. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Matlock skies this into center field. Nieto is back to the warning track. It is going to fall into her glove right in front of the fence. No tag up, but now Rath will go home. And she will touch home plate safely on no throw contest from the Yellow Jackets. Matlock smoked that into center. For a second, Vikings runners thought they were just going to be trotting home, and Rath had to scramble back to third to tag up in time. So 2 outs now off the sacrifice fly by Matlock. Paris Delamagore at the plate with a runner on second. Vikings lead 2-0. James gets ahead, strike 1. Delamagore batting .304 as a sophomore here with Western Washington. Her 17th start, 24th appearance for the Vikes. Late on her swing. Foul ball, strike number 2 for her. She's starting in the designated player position, the right-handed bat. Vikings with the 2-0 lead off the sacrifice fly. Matlock now the team leader in RBI with 32. Here's the 0-2 pitch from James. Matlock was able to drive home the run to make it 2-0. She scored Haley Rath, who has now touched home 31 times, second on the team in runs scored. Dylan McGrory at the plate in a 1-2 count with 2 outs. She waits on this one and sends it on line to center field. Nieto was busy in this first inning. Was able to squeeze the last 2 outs of the frame, but it's 2-0. Vikings leading when we come back for the top of the second inning. Back in for the top of the second inning now here at Viking Field. Western Washington University and Montana State Billings University taking on each other here in a GNAC matchup on this Friday afternoon. First game of a doubleheader. First of 4 that will be played between the Vikings and Yellow Jackets this weekend. 2 games tomorrow. Same start time at noon. First pitch strike from Allie Kimball. She sat down the order 1-2-3 on a fly out, ground out, and a pop up to the catcher. Gets ahead strike 1. On the bat of Winter Hurst. Hurst starting out in right field for the Yellow Jackets. Kimball inside on her pitch, misses, ball 1. Vikings put up 2 runs in the first inning to go ahead early. Vikings doing that a lot this season, getting on the board early and just overwhelming their opponents with their ability to have shutdown pitching. Kimball looks to have the inning here clean and get those hot bats back. It's a foul tip into the glove for strike number 2. 1-2 count for Kimball ahead. In the bottom of the first for the Vikings, Malia Andrews hit a double that hit off the bottom of the wall. She was then sent home on an RBI single from Haley Rath. Andrew Jeske Ramirez had a single to put 2 in scoring position. And Olivia Matlock's sacrifice fly to center field made it 2-0 Western. Kimball off for a miss that time, evens the count 2-2 to the leadoff bat in the inning. Winter Hurst, a sophomore, batting .303 for Montana State Billings. The 2-2 pitch from Kimball. Foul tipped behind the plate. It'll remain even. Winter Hurst is one of the transfers that followed Coach Yegi from Missouri Western State University. Yegi in his first season with the Yellow Jackets, much like Winter Hurst. A 2-2 pitch from Kimball. Taken by Hurst outside. She's worked it full. Hurst played 1 season at Missouri Western State. Played a total of 30 games, but only saw a minimum at bats. Only collected 3 hits, but one of them was a home run. She was a two-way player there, but she also made 10 appearances in the circle as a pitcher. The payoff pitch is hit high into the infield. This one's skying above, and Patoy almost ran into the runner as she makes the grab in her left hand. Patoy calling off the first baseman Matlock as Connie Patoy from second base had a nice read on that pop-up. That'll bring up Lauren Blaschek, the second baseman today for Montana State Billings in her senior season. Batting .309 entering the matchup here with Kimball. She fouls away the first pitch, 0-1 to start the at-bat. Blaschek, as a junior for the Yellow Jackets, started in every single game last year, all 48 that MSUB played. She hit .284 and 155 at-bats. 0-1 pitch from Allie Kimball. Hit on the ground to Malia Andrews. They will say foul ball. That one was right on the line. So instead of the 5-3 ground out, it'll be a second chance opportunity for Lauren Blazchek as she's now in an 0-2 count, so still behind, but better than the possible out that it could have been had that ball been fielded a little bit early by Malia Andrews. Could have grabbed it before it hit the chalk, but foul ball it is. And an 0-2 coming from Kimball. Blazchek thought about it, didn't go, and it's ball number 1. Kimball liked it, but the batter did not swing, and it's a called ball. Blazchek is one of 3 seniors in this lineup. That is going to be hit past Haley Rath on a dive as Allie Kimball surrenders her first hit. Blazchek able to rope that on the ground into left center field. And the Yellow Jackets have their first base runner. Bryn Luck, the sophomore, has been part of a efficient bottom half of the order for Montana State Billings. A .364 batter in 32 games played now here with the start today. Kimball missing on her first pitch for ball 1. Luck has been the premier power hitter in the conference this season. 12 home runs for the left fielder. 1-0 pitch is taken for strike 1. Luck keeps the bat on her shoulders. Sees the count go even. She has hit 12 homers in 88 at-bats, batting 6th in the order today, and a chance to tie this game with 1 swing, with the runner on first off the single from Blazchek. She will not swing and instead take ball number 2. She's now ahead in the count. Luck is just a sophomore, but has already gained 2 GNAC Player of the Week honors during Week 2 and Week 7 of this softball season. The 2-1 pitch from Kimball, swung on and fouled back by Luck. Luck last season appeared in just 17 games for Montana State Billings. She only had 4 hits, yet she led the team with 2 triples, with half of her hits being triples. Has turned it now into the home run swing for her. 2-2 as Kimball looks to gain the out. Here's the pitch. It is fouled back, and it will remain a 2-2 count. Kimball had retired the first 4 of the Yellow Jackets. The single by Blazchek in the left center field past the diving Haley Rath at shortstop. Puts a runner on first in a 2-2 count for Luck. She swings and hits this high into the air. Gets out of play on the left side as Kimball will have to work through it again. Luck having a nice at-bat here against Allie Kimball, really making her work. Kimball cruised through that first inning. Now facing her first base runner, and a long at-bat with Luck. Looks to hold this 2-0 lead that the Vikings have off of 2 runs scored in the bottom of the first. Here's the 2-2. That one in the dirt, runner going to take off. Andrew Jeske Ramirez from her knees will not make the throw. And the wild pitch allows Blazchek to advance to second. It's great heads-up base running by Blazchek. Was looking for anything that didn't go directly into the glove of the catcher to advance to second base. And now a runner in scoring position in a 3-2 count. First base open. 1 out in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. It's hit on the line down to left field, and Barcombe will grab it on a slide. She'll throw to second. The run is going to come home to score. And Montana State Billings has answered the Vikings 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Now 1 run here in the top of the second as the Vikings will take a meeting. Bryn Luck worked a long at-bat against Kimball. Got the best of her on an early swing that just caught by Malia Andrews at third base and scattered into left field. couple of good contact made by the Yellow Jackets to now have their first run of the game, an RBI single from Lucht. Kimball retired the first batter of the inning since giving up her 2 first hits of the game, and it will bring up Ashley Akers. Akers is a sophomore for the Yellow Jackets, .356 hitter, making just her 18th start of the year. Akers is the left-handed designated player, as umpires doing some reshuffling here as the field umpire heads to second base. Kimball missed on her first pitch of the at-bat here to Akers. Akers very far back in the batter's box, taking ball number 2. One out with a runner on first. Kimball, what you would have loved is a shutdown inning here. The Vikings put up 2 runs, but props to Montana State Billings coming out and answering. A 2-1 game with the Vikings leading. Here's a 2-0 pitch. It's taken low, and a 3-0 count now. Kimball looking to find something here, as after giving up 2 singles, the last thing you would want is a walk. Bringing up Avery Gray, who's in the on-deck circle. The 3-0 pitch, Akers taking all the way, will take strike 1. Kimball able to find the zone that time. Bryn Lucht with that RBI single continues her team lead now, as this is hit easily into right field for Rachel Traxler. Grab will be made for out number 2. Kimball forces the weak contact on the lefty swing, and it's a second out in the inning. Avery Gray, a 2-way player, making a start at third base. He's pitched plenty this season for Montana State Billings, but will try and do it in the batter's box. A freshman here with the Yellow Jackets, batting just .241, making her 20th start of the year. Foul ball on the first pitch from her for strike number 1, and Kimball is ahead. Kimball is at her best, as when any pitcher is when you're getting ahead. Struggled in the inning here, getting behind a few batters, and now the 0-1 to start it off on the right foot against Gray. Swing and a miss, 2 strikes now. A back pick attempt to first base. No tag applied from Matlock. Runner still safe at first base. Bryn Lucht is the runner at first base because she had her 29th RBI on a single to score Blazchek, who had reached on a single right before her. Kimball will step off, and Rachel Traxler finds a ball that escaped the bullpen from Montana State Billings. So the pitcher warming up in there, Winter Hurst, skied one out of the bullpen, and it ended up into right field, so they cleaned that up, and the 0-2 count will resume. 2 outs for Kimball. She's surrendered 1 run in the inning. Runner on first, trying to strand her. The pitch is fouled off the inside of the bat, jammed Gray, but it's keeping her alive in the at-bat. Kimball hasn't been known throughout this season to strike out a whole lot of batters. 43 struck out in 72 innings for her. Relied on a lot of weak contact and her great defense behind her. Another back pick attempt off the miss on the ball, and the tag this time applied, but the runner diving back safely. Here's the 1-2 from Kimball. Swing and a miss. Kimball strikes her out swinging for her first K of the game to escape the second inning with just 1 run allowed. We'll go to the bottom of the frame. Vikings leading 2-1 over the Yellow Jackets. Bottom of the second here at Viking Field, and it's the bottom of the order for the Vikings coming up in a 2-1 ball game. Vikings leading the Yellow Jackets. Rachel Traxler to lead things off for Western Washington. Traxler seeing a rare start here today in right field over McKenna Crum, who gets the first game off. First pitch goes low from Caitlin James back into the circle. She allowed 2 earned runs in the bottom of the first. Vikings had 3 hits in the inning. No strikeouts, no walks allowed by James in the circle. This one hit by Traxler, kind of jammed her up the middle, and an easy fly ball to center field off the hit from Traxler. Traxler retired to start the frame. Western Washington brings up Layla Carpenter. Carpenter has taken over as the starting center fielder for Western Washington for the majority of the games this season. This is her 32nd start. She has batted well, .319 average for the sophomore. She'll bunt this one down the third base side. James will scoop it, no throw over to first. And it's a bunt single for Carpenter. Caught the defense off guard. And she's on first now with Lexi Barcombe coming up. It was a perfectly executed bunt by Carpenter. Didn't travel enough to the third baseman to cover it, and it ended up being James running from the circle to try and make a throw. She could not, so now a base runner with 1 out for Western Washington. Barcombe takes the first pitch for a strike. Lexi Barcombe, the left-handed batting senior, has hit .297 this year. This is her 35th start of the year. 35th appearance, 31st start overall. She's had 64 at-bats. Trying to produce something here as the Vikings look to answer back to the Yellow Jackets, who scored 1 run in the top of the second inning off an RBI single from Bryn Luck that scored Lauren Blazchek. This is on the ground to the second base side. Second baseman almost ran into the runner Carpenter, and I believe she did make contact that resulted in the out. And interference is the call on Western Washington's Layla Carpenter, tripping up the second baseman Blazchek, and it's the second out. So Barcombe will be at first with Malia Andrews, who hit a double in her first at-bat. Had a very well-hit ball over the center fielder Nieto's head. This is fouled back for strike 1. Andrews' double in the first inning was her 14th of the year. And she continued to climb with that batting average. Entering the game sat at .518. Runner going to go. It's a hit and run. Andrews, and that just ate up the second baseman. Barcombe will round second and head to third. Andrews is now caught in between first and second. She dives back, and they can't get her. Almost a base running mistake as Barcombe will be at third. Andrews at first. As that got past Dipwick at short. Could not field it cleanly. I don't know if it'll go down as an error. There's a well-hit ball by her, and official ruling is a single for Malia Andrews, so 2 base hits in the game for her. Runners on the corners for Connie Patoy. Barcombe in scoring position with 2 outs. Patoy flew out to center field in her first at-bat. James has now surrendered 5 hits to Western Washington, 2 of them to Andrews. The 1-0 to Patoy. Hits this on a line past the diving Dipwick. A run is going to come in to score. Great effort by the shortstop, but just out of her reach. And the Vikings have plated another run here in the bottom of the second. It's 3-1 Western Washington off the RBI single from Connie Patoy. So Barcombe scores after reaching on the interference play. That resulted in the out on Layla Carpenter. And some 2-out scoring here for Western Washington to bring up Haley Rath with 2 on. Pitch misses high and away for ball 1. Rath had an RBI single in the first inning. Also came around to score off the sacrifice fly later in the inning from Olivia Matlock. First and second. Rath hits this into the air. Right center field. Should be easy for Nieto. Trotting in towards it. and squeezes out number 3, but the Vikings get a run to answer back. It's 3-1, Western Washington leading Montana State Billings when we enter the top of the third, coming up next. Top of the third inning here at Viking Field, a 3-1 lead for Western Washington over Montana State Billings. Vikings had 1 run in the bottom of the second inning to take a 2-run lead back after they scored 2 in the bottom of the first. Yellow Jackets, their last time up, scored 1 run on 2 singles. Blaszczak reached on a single to left center field, and then Bryn Lucht was able to bring her home. And now it's the bottom of the order, and Kennedy Dipwick starting at shortstop for the Yellow Jackets and fouling away the first pitch from Allie Kimball. So Kimball allows her first earned run of the game off 2 hits in that second inning. Now here in the third, enters with 1 strikeout, no walks allowed for the 9-1-2 hitters for the Yellow Jackets. And at the plate is the righty Dipwick. 1 strike to her. She swings at the second pitch. This is popped up to Olivia Matlock at first, and foul territory will make the squeeze and the out. So Kimball begins another frame, retiring the first batter. Did that back in the second on a similar type play. Hurst popped up to honestly the same location, but it was Connie Patoy covering and making the catch in foul territory. Now back to the top of the order here in the third inning. Marlene Nieto hits this on the ground, the first pitch. Patoy to her right. Oh, it ate her up at second base, and she gives up a base runner, likely to be ruled an error that time. Patoy has been a great defensive player. Seemed like a play that she could make. And now a runner will be at first. Nieto reaching off of just 1 pitch. Kaylin Galvin with 1 out and a runner on. Kimball gets her swinging for strike number 1. Official ruling is a single for Nieto, so they will say she hit the ball well enough that it was a tough play for Patoy to make. So an infield hit for her, and a foul ball by Kaylin Galvin. Kimball now has allowed 3 hits in the game. Galvin last time up, grounded out to third base at Malia Andrews on an easy 5-3 play that was made. Kimball ahead 0-2 with 1 out. Vikings leading 3-1. Kimball's right-handed pitch to the righty batter is taken for ball number 1 of the at-bat. Home plate umpire Shelly Duma today says it was just a bit outside. Alan Moore is umpiring first base. Reginald Johnson at third. Although right now he stands at second with the runner on first. That is fouled away by Galvin. Still a 1-2 count. Galvin last season transferred from Feather River College. Started 47 games for the Yellow Jackets last year. Batted .235. Another just outside miss from Kimball. Kimball trying to paint. Good job and discipline by Galvin to work this count. It's 2-2. Kimball's pitch is swung on and fouled on a way early swing. Galvin saw it. Just was a bit too early as that skies away for a foul ball. Galvin last year with the Yellow Jackets, 6 doubles, 4 home runs for her, had 14 RBI. Provides great pop and speed for a catcher. She stole 7 bases. Very athletic catcher. She's starting behind the plate, calling the signals for the Yellow Jackets. And the 2-2 delivery. It misses, and from an 0-2 to a 3-2 it goes. Galvin, in a beautiful at-bat, has worked it full with a runner on first. Kimball needs to deliver a good payoff pitch. With 1 out, here is the pitch. It is fouled away, and we'll do it over. Yellow Jackets have done a great job making Allie Kimball work. Up to 42 pitches here in this top of the third. And another 3-2 coming here. Swing and a miss. Allie Kimball strikes her out. The runner goes, but the throw is not in time. 1 out gained on the swinging K, the second strikeout for Allie Kimball, as Nieto steals second. Her 5th stolen base of the year. She's 5 for 5 when stealing, and now in scoring position with 2 outs for Jaslyn Kaluavehi. Last time up, she popped up to the catcher. So the first baseman at the plate this season has 6 home runs, 22 runs batted in, off of 23 hits and a .348 average. Swings at the first pitch, got jammed up towards third base, and in foul ground, Malia Andrews to her right makes the catch. No damage done by the Yellow Jackets in the top of the third. It'll be 3-1 when we come back in the bottom of the third inning. Bottom of the third for Western Washington. They have the heart of the order coming up, 4, 5, 6. Vikings lead 3-1 over Montana State Billings. Vikings scored 2 runs in the first inning off of a double from Andrews, a single from Rath, and a sacrifice fly from Olivia Matlock. Scored 1 run their last time up off an RBI single from Connie Patoy. And now Andrew Jeske Ramirez swings at the first pitch but hits it foul on an early chop. We'll take strike number 1. Vikings are coming off of an impressive series against Northwest Nazarene University, which is looked at as the second best team in the conference. Vikings went to Nampa, Idaho, and they swept the Nighthawks in 4 games. Took a 6-5 win in game number 1, a 7-3 game 2 victory, as this is rolled softly to third base. Easy grab and throw. Almost made an error on that. That was going to be close. Andrew Jeske Ramirez was hustling down the first base line. Should have been routine for Gray, but traveling to her left, just got the throw in time. Vikings in game 3 and 4 shut out the Nighthawks. A 4-0 win in game number 3 and a 7-0 win in game 4. This is popped up into the infield by Matlock. Dipwick at short with the catch for out number 2. So Caitlin James in the circle for the first time, working through the Vikings bats cleanly through the first 2 outs at least. Delamagore is up. James is yet to have a 1-2-3 inning. Looks to do so here against Delamagore, who she made fly out to to center field her last time up. First pitch is ball 1 with 2 outs. James has given up the 3 earned runs through her start today. Delamagore fouls it off on a late swing. James has allowed 6 hits, hasn't walked a batter, hasn't struck out any Vikings. All right, now at a pitch count of 34. The 1-1, Delamagore at the plate, fouls it off again on that late swing. 1 ball, 2 strikes for the designated player at the plate. James delivers her 1-2 pitch. It breaks offside of the plate, and it's 2-2. Vikings, after performing well in Nampa, will be looking forward to the GNAC Championships, which will be hosted at Northwest Nazarene's campus. Delamagore in the air to right field. In comes Hurst to make the grab, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for James in the circle. She shuts down the Vikings. We'll go to the 4th inning. 3-1, Western Washington leads. Top of the 4th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. It's Western Washington University hosting Montana State Billings for 4 GNAC matchups. This is the first of them. We'll play 2 today and 2 tomorrow. 12 p.m. start time here at Viking Field. It's a 3-1 lead for the Vikings after 2 runs in the first, 1 in the bottom of the second. Yellow Jackets scored in the top of the second. Scoreless frame in the third for both sides. And now Kimball delivers her pitch to Winter Hurst. She sends this on a line into right center field. Well struck right in front of the warning track. It bounces off the wall, and Hurst has a double on 1 pitch to start off the 4th, as the Yellow Jackets have put together some good swings here in the Pacific Northwest. So Blazchek, who already has a single today off Kimball, will come to the plate. And a chance to tie the game with 1 swing, but rather on her mind, just keep the order moving, because Bryn Lucht on deck had the RBI single for the 1 run scored in the 2nd inning by the Yellow Jackets. Here's Kimball's pitch with a runner in scoring position. Aggressive swing from Blazchek on a foul ball. Yellow Jackets are batting .311 as a team entering this game. Mentioned earlier on the broadcast, they lead the lead in home runs with 40 as a team. Second most in the conference is 25. Their offense has been able to produce. The biggest struggle has been their pitching staff, an 8.65 ERA. Bunt being shown. Taken for a ball, though. And it's 1-1. Looking to maybe move that runner to third. Hurst was ready to take off. Hurst, the right fielder, has 1 stolen base on the year. Potentially looking for a sacrifice from Blazchek with Lucht on deck. No outs in the frame. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Kimball. This time she'll swing and miss for strike 2. Blazchek, her last time up, picked up her 26th hit on the season. Tied for 3rd on the team with that number. The 1-2 fouls it away. Kimball has 2 strikeouts in this game. No batter's walk so far for the right-handed pitcher. Sophomore has allowed 1 earned run to score, and now looking like it could be a nice inning for the Yellow Jackets after the leadoff double from Winton Hurst. A 1-2 is taken, and now we're even. For Winter Hurst off the double, it's her 4th of the year. The even 2-2 pitch coming from Kimball to Blazczak. Swung on and hit on a line to left field. Barkham makes the catch on the run to her right. And a nicely gained out number 1. Barkham covering the ground there, helping out her pitcher in Kimball for the first out in the 4th. Bryn Luck looking to do damage. She had the RBI single in the 2nd that scored Blazczak. Now a runner in scoring position has Hurst at 2nd. Tying run at the plate. Breaking pitch drops below the zone from Kimball. 29 runs batted in now for Bryn Luck, the team leader. Also the team leader in home runs with 12. She's hit the 3rd most doubles on the team with 6. She chases high, though, for strike number 1 swinging as Luck went out and tried to get it. Wants to deliver that big-time swing here, but the thing that made her successful in her last at-bat was working through a long count. 1-1. Runner at 2nd with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Kimball. This is popped up and behind home plate. Out of play for strike number 2, and Kimball is ahead. For Kimball right now dealing with probably one of the bigger at-bats in the game so far. Trying to retire the dangerous hitter. Keep a hold of this 3-1 lead. Akers, the designated player, on deck with 1 out in the 4th after the leadoff double from Winter Hurst. A 1-2 pitch from Kimball. Fouled away above the zone. Luck went up there to battle it through. Kimball has had a tough time trying to find the pitch that can retire Luck in that first at-bat. Fought off a lot of foul balls and eventually led to that single that drove in a run for Montana State Billings. Another 1-2 from Kimball. This one misses high and away for ball 2. Kimball gets the sign from her dugout. Delivers the 2-2 pitch from the circle. Luck fouls it on the left side. An early swing from her. Kimball cannot find the put-away pitch, or the pitch that at least puts this into play on soft contact, hoping her defense can back her up. Blazczak flew out to left field for the only out of the inning. Hurst led off the inning with a double, 1 out, and a runner in scoring position. Kimball looks for the pitch here against Luck. This is hit foul down the left side. Luck continues to just be a little too early on Kimball's pitches. He's seeing them well. Kimball has struggled to get her out in this matchup so far. Just 2 times they've faced off. And a reminder, this is the first time that these 2 teams are seeing each other. Have not played at all this season, and will play their 4 games of the season here at Viking Field this weekend. Another 2-2. This one is going to bounce off a Luck, and it's a hit batter. And if you're Allie Kimball, I mean, you couldn't find the pitch to retire her. First base is open. You got a force now for a double play. It's not the worst result off the dangerous bat from Luck that could have resulted in this game being tied 3-3, but now you bring up Ashley Akers with 2 on. It's just another great at-bat by Luck, though. And she's on base for the 2nd time. It'll result in the Vikings taking a time here to talk things over. You have the go-ahead run coming up at the plate. It'll be Ashley Akers. She flew out to right field on a nice swing her last time up. The hit batter for Kimball is the first time she's allowed someone to reach aside from a base hit. No walks allowed by Kimball so far. Kimball has allowed 4 hits in the game to Montana State Billings and is at 67 pitches right now through 3 1/3 innings. You know when Allie Kimball's starting that you're at least going to see Kana Kong usually finish out games. Kimball isn't a pitcher that goes the distance a whole lot. I mentioned the 2 complete games this season and 16 starts on the year. It's usually the 1-2 punch between Kimball and Kong that makes things work here, and then Joey Baker follows it up with pretty impressive complete games throughout her career. That has been the deal. So Kimball knows she has someone and a very good pitcher that is likely to follow her. Still wants to do her job here and try and escape the 4th inning with the Vikings up 3-1. Here's the pitch to Ashley Akers. It's strike number 1. The designated player falls behind as she looks at the first K in the at-bat. First and second for the Yellow Jackets. They trail by 2. Pitch goes high for ball 1. Winterhurst had the leadoff double. Luck standing on first off of a hit by pitch coming from a long at-bat from Allie Kimball. Gray on deck, Akers in the box, the lefty in a 1-1. Check swing, went around for strike 2. Kimball with 2 punch-outs in this game so far. Finds herself ahead of another Yellow Jacket batter. Can she retire him, though? A 1-2. Fouled away by Akers. Akers pieced a nice one up in her last time to the plate. Just went straight into the glove of Rachel Traxler. Looks to find a gap. Try and chip away at the 2-run lead that the Vikings hold. A 1-2. This is hit into the air. Rath is going to call it off and makes the grab right near that foul line, and it's out number 2. Kimball one more to escape it. And it'll be Avery Gray, who Kimball struck out her last time to finish the 2nd inning. That 2nd inning where the Yellow Jackets scored their lone run of the game. Ended up stranding 1 runner on base. This time there's 2, one of them in scoring position. And the pitch comes to Gray. She swings on a check swing. She got it. Patoy has to wait for the runner, and now will throw to first just in case there wasn't going to be interference called. She makes the 3rd out nonetheless. 2 runners left on base. Vikings and Allie Kimball get out of it. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Western Washington leading 3-1. Bottom of the 4th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. Your Western Washington Vikings leading the Montana State Billings Yellow Jackets 3-1. Vikings, their last time up, were retired in order. First 1-2-3 inning from Caitlin James for the Yellow Jackets starter. And now it's the bottom of the order, 7-8-9 coming up for Western Washington. Rachel Traxler will lead things off. She flew out to center field in her last at-bat. Getting the start in right field today, Traxler, just her 5th start of the season. First pitch swinging on the ground to second, and an easy play over to first for Blazchek. 1 pitch, 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. James has retired the last 5 Vikings now that she has faced. And we'll bring up Layla Carpenter, who reached on a single in the 2nd. It was an infield hit via the bunt that Carpenter chose to get on base. Sees the first pitch of the at-bat low for ball 1. Vikings as a team, 6 hits off of James so far in the 3 earned runs. This is hit into right field just over the first baseman's glove, and Carpenter has her second hit of the game, this time via the traditional swing-in way instead of the bunt. Either way, Carpenter has reached 2 for 2 times, with now Lexi Barkham coming up. Barkham last time up hit a ball on the ground to second base that resulted in an interference call. As she flashes the bunt, pulls it back. Still called a strike though. You have the speed of Carpenter at first. She's stolen 8 bags this season. The Vikings team leader in stolen bases. Has been caught 3 times though. 0-1 pitch to Barkham. Hits this, off the pitcher. Barkham will trot to first, but the question is, Caitlin James, after taking the comebacker, how is she? It was pretty well hit by Lexi Barkham, straight back into the pitcher James. Near the upper body as well, off the arm. Wasn't the throwing side. Still going to be a nice bruise. James going to see if she can still go here and throw some pitches. She says that she is fine, so she's going to keep this thing rolling, but has to deal now with 2 runners on with 1 out. It'll be a single for Lexi Barkham, her first hit of the game. Carpenter in scoring position, and the dangerous Malia Andrews at the plate. Andrews is already 2 for 2 in this game. Has a double and a single. Scored a run in the first. The 1-out swing to first base is bobbled away by Kaluavehi, and no chance for an out. That one just bounced off the first baseman, and now they are loaded up for Connie Patoy. That one likely should have gone into the glove. It's a fielding error on the first baseman. And instead of out number 2, you have bases loaded for Patoy. She's 1 for 2. First pitch swinging out into center field. It'll be squeezed by Nieto. Runner going to tag home and score with no contests as the throw goes to third. The Vikings lead 4-1 off the sacrifice fly from Connie Patoy. So Carpenter, after leading things off with a base hit, scores a round. Vikings a 3-run lead. Runners on first and second for Haley Rath. Rath today 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the first. Flew out to center in the second. First pitch swinging up the middle past the diving Dipwick. Runner be sent home. Barkham will touch home easily, and it's another RBI single for Haley Rath. The Vikings up now 5-1 off a back-to-back RBI plays from these bats. Barkham scores after her single that bounced off the pitcher James. And now you really look back to that error at first base. Neither of the runs would have scored had the error not been committed. Andrew Jessica Ramirez got jammed. This back to the pitcher. James underhand toss to first on a shaky play. Will grab out number 3, but not before the Vikings put 2 runs up in the bottom of the 4th. They lead 5-1 when we enter the top of the 5th. Top of the fifth here on the campus of Western Washington University. The home Vikings are leading the Montana State Billings Yellow Jackets 5-1 after 2-run score in the bottom of the fourth. They score unearned against the starting pitcher Caitlin James after an error at first base extended the inning for Western Washington, and now they lead by 4 against Montana State Billings. Allie Kimball still working in the circle for the Vikings. It'll be a bunt attempt from Dipwick to start it. Kimball fields it, throws to the covering Patoy, but out of her glove. Almost got the out. Was going to be bang bang at first as it dropped out of the glove of the second baseman Patoy. So Dipwick reaches to start the fifth on the bunt attempt, and it will be ruled as a bunt single for her. Flips the lineup card back to the top of the order, and Marley Nieto. First pitch strike delivered from Kimball. Nieto on the game so far, 1 for 2 with a stolen base, was stranded back in the third after reaching. Yellow Jackets have done a nice job answering when the Vikings have scored. You remember that second inning where they answered back of the Vikings' 2-0 start. This is hit into the air. Haley Rathis short is called off by Lexi Barkham coming in from left. And it's the first out and a fly out. Yellow Jackets need some magic to try and continue to hang with Western Washington. Put together some nice at-bats, some decent swings, but just not plating the runs across when they need them. They need the big hit to help them out to try and chip away at a 4-run lead for Western Washington. Galvin at the plate. She's 0 for 3 with a strikeout. First pitch swinging on a line to left field, foul out of the reach of Lexi Barkham. And an 0-1 start once again for Allie Kimball against these Yellow Jacket batters. Kimball right now has surrendered 5 hits, no walks, but a hit by pitch. Has struck out 2 through her 4 1/3 pitch so far. 76 pitches for the righty. And 0-1. Misses away for ball 1. Kennedy Dipwick reached on the bunt. She's at first with 4 stolen bases so far this season. 4 of 5. She's been caught 1 time, and now a 1-1 pitch. Galvin behind it for strike number 2. Kimball able to blow her by. Kimball has already struck out Galvin once today. Forced a ground out to third the other time. 1 out with a runner on first and a 1-2 count. Galvin fouls it off, just able to off the late swing. Flew into the visiting bullpen, and now the 1-2 will remain, and Kimball will look to do it again. Kimball's 1-2 pitch with 1 out, misses high. Galvin played 2 seasons at Feather River College before coming to MSUB for the last 2. Was a .378 hitter in those 2 years. She looks at the 2-2 pitch for ball number 3, and it's a full count. Galvin in her junior college time hit well for power, but also had the speed to steal 13 bases over 2 seasons. She's 5 of 6 with MSUB. Hits this into the air to left field. Lexi Barkham with an easy catch to her right. And out number 2 secured by the left fielder Barkham. That'll bring up the first baseman that committed the error in the bottom of the 4th, Jaslyn Kaluavehi. That resulted in the 2-run scoring for Western Washington to put us at our 5-1 lead that we sit. 2 outs with a runner on first. Kaluavehi is 0 for 2. As she was checking her swing, it bounced off the metal, and it's strike number 1. She's been jammed up both times as she's come to the plate. Easy infield pop-ups forced by Allie Kimball. Kimball ahead of the batter, 0-1 with 2 outs. Pitch goes high, missing, ball 1. Kimball receives the sign. Here's the 1-1. Jammed her up and back for a foul ball, strike number 2. Kennedy Dipwick started the 5th inning with the bunt single to stand on first, but she's watched 2 flyouts to left field keep her where she is. Now looks for Kaluavehi to move her somewhere and extend the inning in the 5th. Here's the 1-2. Misses, runner going, throw down to second. Was in time, but the tag was not in place as the throw had 1 hop before it reached Patoy. And it's a stolen base for Kennedy Dipwick, her 5th of the season. 2nd stolen base in the game for the Yellow Jackets. Pitch missed as well to Kaluavehi, and it's 2-2. Deuce is Wild with 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. This jammed her up, moving foul and out of play. Similar style hit to what we've seen her be retired on through her first 2 trips to the plate. This time lucky enough to see it sail out of the fence and keeps her at bat alive with a runner in scoring position in Kennedy Dipwick. Dipwick has scored 14 runs this year. Kaluavehi with 22 runs batted in, and now in a full count off the miss from Allie Kimball. Yellow Jackets have done a good job extending the at-bats, worked a lot of full counts today against Allie Kimball. Surprisingly enough, Kimball is yet to walk a batter and delivers this 3-2. This is fouled up and back, and we'll do it over again. Kimball trying to get her 3rd scoreless frame pitched in a row. Here's a 3-2 pitch. It's called strike number 3. Kimball gets the K and retires the runner stranded on second base. Vikings lead 5-1 entering the bottom of the 5th inning here at Viking Field. Bottom of 5 here at Western Washington University. It's the 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the Vikings, who lead 5-1 after 2 runs in the 4th that they scored. Inning was extended via the error as Matlock first pitch swinging. Vikings have come out aggressive throughout this entire game, and the game plan has remained the same. That time it's an easy play for Blaszczyk at second to make the first out of the inning. And it'll quickly bring up Paris Delamagore. Vikings back in the 4th, had singles from Layla Carpenter and Lexi Barcombe, followed by an error on a hit from Malia Andrews. Connie Patoy then came up with the bases loaded, hit a sacrifice fly, and without the error, if it was made a regular play, that would have ended the inning, but instead brought a run home, and then Haley Rath followed it up with an RBI single, her 2nd of the game. Vikings now lead 5-1. 1 ball, no strikes to Delamagore at the plate. She takes an outside strike called against her. Delamagore today 0 for 2 has flown out to the outfield in both at-bats. That breaking pitch missed high, and she's ahead 2-1. Delamagore, the sophomore for Western Washington, after last season playing in just 4 games, she's seen plenty of time at the designated player spot for head coach Cheryl Gilmore and Team 33. 3 balls, 1 strike. If you don't know, the Vikings team name Team 33 stems from their year that they have been around, so 33 seasons of Western Washington softball. Each team garners the name of the year that they are. This is hit, just short, and Dipwick has an easy 6-3 ground out play. First 2 batters retired for the starting pitcher, Caitlin James. Rachel Traxler will come up. She's 0 for 2 in the game. And even diving into more history of the Vikings team on Saturday, during Game 2, we will have the 1998 National Championship team being celebrated, as that one took a hit off the umpire. I think it might have deflected off the bat of Traxler and then above the glove of the catcher, hitting Shelby Duma, the home plate umpire, in the mask. And that can sure rattle you. She's taking a moment to make sure that she regains herself and everything's okay. Seen a couple of nasty hits today. Some well-hit balls, some of them either hitting a player, now an umpire. One of them deflected off a pitcher. And a well-earned breather here for the officials as they gather together to check on the home plate umpire. Vikings lead 5-1 right now, but make sure you stick around for game number 2 here at Viking Field. It will start approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game number 1. And then tomorrow we'll have 2 more games being played. Duma gives Traxler a fist bump. Not her fault, just playing the game, and sometimes the deflection happens. She says that she's all right, so we'll resume this 0-1 count off the foul ball with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Traxler hit a fly out to center and a ground out to second through her first 2 at-bats of this game. Last season was majority a pinch hitter as she fouls it away, now down 0-2. She saw 31 pinch running appearances last season. Only saw 7 at-bats. So far this year, she has struggled at the plate. She's gotten a total of 21 bats on the season and has just 1 hit. So 2 career hits for Traxler over the past 2 seasons as she hits this hard into right center field, heading towards the gap, but on the run, a nice grab made by Hurst. She covered a lot of ground to get to that spot and take away the hit from Traxler. So 1-2-3, the Vikings go down in the 5th. They'll take their 5-1 lead to the top of the 6th when we come back. Top of the 6th here in Bellingham, Washington, and we have a pitching change for Western Washington, who lead 5-1. Allie Kimball, after 5 innings pitched, is taken out as Kiana Kong will come in for potentially the final 2 innings of this game here in game number 1 of 2 on this Friday afternoon against the Montana State Billings Yellow Jackets. Kong looks to shut things down, has a nice 4-run lead to handle as Winter Hurst will lead it off. Her last time up, she doubled off of Kimball. First pitch swinging as she fouls it down. So Kiana Kong takes over for Kimball. Allie Kimball's final line, 5 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed, 1 earned run with no batters walked and 3 struck out. Kiana Kong comes in as the ERA leader for Western Washington in her 28th appearance this season. 25 of those have come out of the bullpen so far for her. She's racked up 4 saves. It's not a save situation, up by 4. But through 58 2/3 innings pitched, Kong has a 5-0 record with 47 strikeouts to 4 walks. 1-1 is the count against Winter Hurst. She delivers the pitch inside for strike 2 called. Kong was joined by Malia Andrews, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, on the NFCA Division II Player and Pitcher of the Year watch list. A great honor, as those are just the 2 Vikings that were named as watch list potentials. This is on the ground at second base. Patoy wraps it over to Matlock at first, and Kong has her first batter retired. That'll bring up Lauren Blazchek, who's 1 for 2 in the game with a single and a run scored. Kong looks to shut this game down, something that she's done throughout her career. Last year, pitched 44 relief appearances, had 11 total saves, which was a program and GNAC record. This on the ground on the first pitch, past Andrews, bobbled out of the glove. Rath with the throw, not in time on a hop. And that will, I'm not going to say what it'll be, because I've been pretty wrong a couple of times today. Errors, hits. For my eye, feels like a hit that time, potentially. Either way, a runner on first with 1 out. So Blazchek on for Lucht. This is what created a run last time for the Yellow Jackets. Blazchek ended up advancing to second on a wild pitch and then was sent home by Lucht on a single. Lucht in the game has reached both times. One via the hit that we mentioned, and then the other time she was hit during a long at-bat facing off against Kimball. Her first time seeing Kong, as she looks to find more success against the right-handed bat of Lucht. Lucht patiently waits, and now in a 1-1 count with 1 out here at the top of the 6th. The 1-1 delivery is swung on and missed for strike number 2. Blazchek's hit was ruled a single, so she's at first via the first hit against Kiana Kong in this relief appearance. Kong pitching her first inning out of the bullpen for Western Washington here. A 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Kiana Kong strikes her out, and it's the 2nd out in the inning. Kong answers the infield single with a strikeout, her first of the game. And now 2 outs with 1 on. Kiana Kong working with this 5-1 lead that the Vikings offense put up throughout 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the fourth. Ashley Akers, the designated player, takes a low and outside, ball 1. Akers is 0 for 2, had a chance in that 4th inning to do some damage, but stranded the runners as Allie Kimball escaped a 2-on situation. 1-0 taken low for ball 2. Akers was jammed on her last at-bat, popped up to the shortstop Haley Rath near foul territory. Kong is behind 2-0 with 2 outs. Vlasic still at first. Swing and a miss on a low pitch, a back pick attempt to keep the runner honest. Vlasic still there safely, but a 2-1 count with 2 outs. Kong recently named to the GNAC Pitcher of the Week back in Week 9. A 2-1 inside, ball 3. Kong does not walk a whole lot of batters. As we mentioned, just 4 total walks allowed on the year. But behind big, 3-1 against Akers. If you're Akers, got to prioritize potentially the walk here, as you need base runners to chip away. Here's a 3-1, and it misses. Ball 4. Kong has just her 5th walk of the season. We see it allowed here. First walk allowed by the pitching staff of Western Washington, and it's first and second for the Yellow Jackets. She's a tough arm to do this against, and MSUB, understanding the stakes here, going to go to a pinch hitter. Avery Gray, who is 0 for 2, will be taken out for Grace Hood. Also going to be a pinch runner at first with Riley Warden. So Warden now at first. Hood to bat. Pinch hitting here in the 6th. 2 on with 2 outs. Grace Hood, a .242 batter on the season. Has seen 33 at-bats, but has done some work in her 8 hits. A double, 2 triples, a home run, and 5 runs batted in her limited opportunities has come through in some moments for Montana State Billings. She'll look to do so here. After ball number 1, she scoots out of the way, but that was a strike. On the inside part of the plate, Kong gets her first strike of the at-bat. 1-1 with 2 down. First and second for the Yellow Jackets, a 4-run lead for Western Washington. Kong in her first inning out of the bullpen delivers in a 1-1. Hood fouls it away on an awkward swing. Will take strike 2. Grace Hood, just a true freshman with MSUB in a 1-2, a big spot here. Hits it on the ground, back to the pitcher. Kong snow cones it. Now will throw to first and gets it in time. Able to get that just into her glove. Off a messy play back to her. She escapes it. 2 runners stranded, and to the bottom of the 6th we go. 5-1 lead for Western Washington when we come back. Bottom of the 6th here at Viking Field, Western Washington and Montana State Billings head-to-head in the first of 4 that they will play in this series over the weekend. First of 2 here today on this Friday afternoon in a doubleheader. Vikings lead 5-1. They'll have Layla Carpenter, Lexi Barcombe, Malia Andrews as the 8-9-1 hitters. Carpenter goes back off the glove of the pitcher, now covered by the second baseman Blazchek, and she throws in time on a bang-bang play. Blazchek able to recover As that deflected off of Caitlin James, the pitcher's glove. Nicely done for the first out in the inning. Vikings have been aggressive in this game. A lot of first pitch swings from Western Washington. Brings up Lexi Barcombe with one out. Strike number one delivered from James. James right now 5 runs allowed, but only 3 of them earned. The 2 runs in the fourth went unearned due to the error on the first baseman, Kaluavehi. And has given up 9 hits to Western Washington. Barcombe way out in front of that one for strike 2. Has not walked a batter, has not struck out a Viking, but has worked efficiently. 58 pitches so far. She's ahead 0-2 to Barcombe. Delivers the pitch, and Barcombe hits this, bouncing, chopping to second base Blazchek. She's got the first 2 outs in the inning off of 4-3 groundouts. Top of the order hitter, Malia Andrews, will come up. She's 2 for 3, reached on the error back in the fourth that we mentioned. But before that, had a double in the first, a single in the second. Now gets her 4th plate appearance in the 6th. Pitch taken low by Andrews for ball 1. Andrews goes to the right side and past the diving Blazchek, has a single. Well, it was almost going to be 3 straight plays to second base for an out, but that's instead the 3rd hit for Malia Andrews in this game. And you just see it right here at Viking Field why it is that Malia Andrews is 2nd in all of Division II in her batting average. She's now 3 of 4 on the day. And it brings up Connie Patoy. Patoy has a single, 2 RBI gained, had the sacrifice fly in the 4th to score a runner, and also drove in a run in the 2nd inning. 1 of 3 total on the day for Patoy. She hits this up the middle on a rope. Andrews will go to second. 1st and 2nd now for Western Washington in the bottom of the 6th. Some 2-out hitting. Seen that a lot today for Western Washington, and that's a key difference between MSUB and Western Washington in this game. Yellow Jackets have done a nice job getting on base, but they just can't get the hits, can't get through an inning, and can't put together good at-bats with 2 outs. And we've seen Western Washington do that a whole lot today, on their way to putting up 5 runs in the Yellow Jackets matchup here in game number 1. Rath way out in front of strike number 1. She was chasing that to try and do some damage, but instead falls behind 0-1. 1st and 2nd for Western Washington. Andrews at 2nd, Patoy at 1st off of Patoy's 2nd hit of the game. Rath is 2 for 3 with 2 singles, both resulting in runs batted in. This goes straight to the shortstop, and a nice reaction by Dipwick to make the catch in the line and strand 2 runners on the base paths. But we come to the top of the 7th. Kiana Kong trying to shut it down when we come back here at Viking Field. Top of the 7th in Bellingham, Washington. Western Washington University leads Montana State Billings 5-1 as we enter the final frame. Potentially, if Kiana Kong can get the next 3 outs, it would mean that the Vikings would have won now their last 10 straight conference games with a victory. Overall, the Vikings have won their last 5 overall. They had a quick break from conference play with a couple of non-conference matchups over spring break. They've won 5 straight overall, 9 straight against GNAC opponents. First pitch, Mitch, from Kiana Kong. Kong threw her first inning back in the 6th, gave up 1 hit and a walk, struck out a batter. Overall put up a scoreless frame in her first inning of relief of the starter Allie Kimball, who exits the game in line for a win if Kong can shut it down here. Kong has missed on her first 2 pitches to fall behind 2-0 against the leadoff batter Kennedy Dipwick, who made a nice diving grab at short to end the bottom of the 6th inning, stranding 2 Vikings runners. Yellow Jackets have not scored since the top of the 2nd inning. Strike called to Dipwick, and it's 2-1. So far, the shortstop today is 1 for 2. Had a single in the 5th and stole second when she was on the base paths. Leads off the 7th as the 9-spot order hitter before we head to the top of the order in Nieto, who's on deck. This is a chopper off the glove of Kong. Rath recovers and throws to first. Ooh, not in time. It's going to be a safe call there. It was bang, bang. But nonetheless, Dipwick has an infield single. We saw the Yellow Jackets have a similar play that they were able to recover, likely because they could throw it from second back in the bottom of the 6th inning. This time, Rath just unable to fire the arm over there. And no outs with a runner on first for the Yellow Jackets. Top of the order in Nieto. Marlene Nieto is 1 for 3 with a single and a stolen base. Vikings lead by 4. Yellow Jackets trying to mount the rally here in the 7th. 3 outs needed for Kong to take game number 1 here against MSUB. Kong getting behind the batter 1-0 off the miss. Checks her sign from the dugout, delivers the pitch from the circle. Swung on and fouled by Nieto. Nieto has hit 2 opposite field flyouts in the 2 outs that she's been retired. Had the single back in the 3rd inning and was stranded at second base after stealing second. Trying to be part of the rally here for MSUB. Yellow Jackets coming off of their 3 losses against St. Martin's in conference play. Have a 5-6 GNAC record. Western Washington is 10-2 against conference opponents. They were by far the favorite to win the conference. In fact, the unanimous decision to win in the coaches' poll during the preseason. On the other side of that was MSUB, who were predicted to finish last in the GNAC. The 1-2 from Kong. Swing and a miss. A strikeout for her. Her 2nd of the game. And it's the 1st out in the 7th. 2 to go for Kong with a runner on first. Now it'll be the catcher, Kaylin Galvin, who is 0 for 3, despite coming into this game as a .317 hitter. Has not found success. She did not find success against Kimball, and now will face Kana Kong for the first time. Kong took over in the 6th, pitching her 2nd inning of relief here. Low, ball number 1 called. Kong onto the rubber, sees her sign in a 1-0 count, delivers this pitch from the circle. It is taken for a ball. It's something that she has struggled with so far, getting behind these batters in the inning, and MSUB called time here. It wasn't the Vikings calling time to check things over with Kong, but they'll take advantage of the pause in play, discuss some strategy here. How they want to attack these hitters. MSUB trying to figure out something here. Third base coach down there in Joe Yegi maybe thought he saw something that his girls can take advantage of. Either way, it's a 2-0 count as we resume with Galvin at the plate. Top of the 7th, 2 outs needed for Western Washington to pick up the victory. Number 11 team in the country, the Vikings. 2-0 pitch from Kong. Strike 1 called. Galvin scoots out of the way of that one and takes ball 3. Kong gave up a single to start the inning off a ball hit up the middle by Dipwick. That was chopping and hit off of the glove of Kong. Viking shortstop Haley Rath could not recover the play from there, and it's an infield hit that started it off. 3-1 in danger of her second walk of the outing. Gets the strike, though, to draw it full. Kong walked Ashley Akers in the 6th inning, just her 5th walk of the season. And a full count here against Galvin. Galvin trying to reach for the first time in this game. The payoff pitch is swung on and missed. A strikeout by Kong. She's able to recover a 3-1 count and end up with her 2nd K in the 7th. And there's 2 down now. Jazin Kaluavehi at the plate. She's gone 0 for 3. It's been the middle to bottom of the order doing the work for the Yellow Jackets. Top of the order has really struggled with just 1 hit being scattered through the first 3 batters in the order. Kaluavehi 0 for 3, struck out looking back in the 5th against Allie Kimball. And a strike 1 delivery from Kana Kong. Kong was an All-American honorable mention last season, her first with Western Washington, as the young sophomore begins a long career, hopefully in the Vikings blue. Missed there for ball number 1. Kong was the team leader in ERA last year, 139. She's continued the trend here, leading the team in ERA and leading the conference in ERA, as the Vikings, all 3 pitchers, are the top 3 leaders in ERA in the GNAC. The 1-1 from Kong, taken high, and a called ball number 2. Kong led all of Division II softball with 11 saves. Not a save situation she entered into in the 6th inning, but still trying to pick up the victory for the Vikings. In a 2-1 pitch, taken for strike 2. Kaluavehi has looked at all 4 pitches to draw herself into an even 2-2 count. Winter Hurst on deck for the Yellow Jackets if it's extended by Kaluavehi. Runner on first is Dipwick. Kong has struck out the last 2 batters here in the 7th, with the Vikings leading 5-1. The pitch is rolled over on the ground. Rath will have to throw from short. A long throw across the diamond is grabbed for out number 3, and Western Washington has taken game number 1 against the Yellow Jackets here on this doubleheader. 5-1 the Vikings lead. Allie Kimball gets her 11th win of the season. Caitlin James in the start, her 11th loss of the year, and Western Washington has won 10 straight GNAC matchups to improve now to 27-9 overall, 11-2 in the conference. Yellow Jackets fall to now 10-22 overall, 5-7 in GNAC play. We'll be back for game number 2 here at Viking Field. Stick around 30 minutes to go, and we'll be back for game number 2 between the Vikings and Yellow Jackets here on Vikings TV.
Hi, I'm Keena Greer-Bashir, and this is Peter Ahn. We are the owners of the Moliat Group, As an alumni-owned agency, the Moliak Group and all of our agents care deeply about this community.
That's why we partnered with the Foundation for WWU and alumni to create the Western Welcomes Home program.
Through this program, 25% of our agency compensation from qualifying home sales goes directly to support students at Western, helping fund scholarships and essential programs.
Programs like this provide crucial funding for student scholarships and resources. We are fortunate to have support from people like Keena, Peter, and their entire team.
Programs like Western Welcomes Home raise money for scholarships and programs that are crucial to the success of students just like me.
It's simple to get involved. Just visit moliakgroup.com and we'll handle the rest.
When you work with us, you're not just buying a home, you're helping students thrive at Western.
Base number 8, Malia Andrews. Batting second at second base, number 15, Connie Patoy. At shortstop, batting third, number 1, Haley Rath. The designated player, batting cleanup, number 38, Emma Andrew Ramirez. Batting fifth at first base, number 19, Olivia Matlock. Catching and batting sixth, number 99, Paris Delamagore. In right field, batting seventh, number 3, Rachel Traxler. Batting eighth in center field, number 16, Layla Carpenter. And batting ninth in left field, number 2, Lexi Barkham. Starting pitcher for the Vikings, number 13, Joey Baker. Umpire to the second game behind home plate is Alan Moore. At first base, Reginald Johnson. And at third base, Shelly Duma.
Welcome back for Game 2 here at Viking Field between the Western Washington Vikings and the Montana State Billings Yellow Jackets. This is Game 2 of a doubleheader here on this Friday afternoon. We'll play 2 more games tomorrow, starting at 12 between the Yellow Jackets and Vikings. In Game number 1, the Vikings picked up a 5-1 win over Montana State Billings to advance to now 6 straight victories for the Vikings, and as well as that, 10 straight conference wins for your Western Washington team. The big plays back in that first game. Haley Rath had a single in the first inning that plated a run. Olivia Matlock hit a sacrifice fly as well. The scoring for Montana State Billings came in the second inning on a lucked single to left field. It was in the second inning where Connie Patoy hit a single to center that scored Malia Andrews to give the Vikings a 3-1 lead. And then in the fourth inning, 2 unearned runs scored after an error committed. That allowed the Vikings to pick up the 5-1 win over the Yellow Jackets. Now here in this matchup, Joey Baker gets the start for the Vikings, a 2.02 ERA, 10-6 record in the circle through 17 starts, 18 appearances this season. Her first pitch of the outing is strike number 1. Home plate umpire Alan Moore calling the balls and strikes behind the dish. Joey Baker, the righty, will go head-to-head with Emily Waters, the starting pitcher for MSUB, the left-handed pitcher. Baker has pitched 3 complete games this year, has tossed 83 innings, leading the staff for the Vikings. She misses with the ball outside. Paris Delamagore doing the catching as Emma Andrew Ramirez moves to the designated player spot. It's Marley Nieto starting in center field to get us off here in game number 2. A 1-1 pitch from Baker is swung and hit up the middle into center field, and the first batter will reach against Baker. Nieto gets the single, and the Yellow Jackets started off with a base hit. Nieto, a .400 average hitter, picks up her 39th hit of the season. In game number 1, Nieto went 1 for 4 at the plate, and that will bring up the catcher, remaining at catcher for game number 2 as well, in Kaylin Galvin. The senior at a .302 average right now, sitting there after an 0 for 4 performance in game number 1. Here's Baker's delivery with a runner on first. The pitch misses up and in for ball number 1. Joey Baker is coming off strong performances against Northwest Nazarene on the road. In her first appearance against the Nighthawks, she struck out 10 batters over 5 2/3 innings in the 7-3 victory for Western. Inside, strike called, 1-1 the count. In her second appearance against NNU to complete the sweep over the Nighthawks, Joey Baker threw a 1-hit shutout victory to complete the 4-game sweep, and throughout that contest, she entered the 7th inning pitching a no-hitter. Gave up her first hit of the game with 1 out in that 7th inning, so just 2 outs away from a no-hitter for Baker. She's already surrendered a single here and a 2-1 count against Galvin, runner at first with no outs. Baker off of a 2024 All GNAC Honorable Mention season last year. Here's the 2-1. Bunt being shown. Galvin pulls it back, and it's ball 3, missing below the zone. We saw Allie Kimball get the ball in the circle for Western Washington in Game 1. She went 5 innings with just 1 earned run allowed. Gave up 5 hits to MSUB, struck out 3 batters, and walked none. Kana Kong came in for the final 2 innings to finish the victory for Western. Kimball earned her 11th victory of the season. Caitlin James on the other side of the circle for MSUB earned her 11th loss, now a 3-11 record for James. Joey Baker looks to pick up her 11th win if the Vikings can complete a Friday sweep of MSUB in this matchup. Full count. Here's the pitch to Galvin from Baker. It's fouled away, and we'll do it over again. We saw Montana State Billings get into a lot of long at-bats against Allie Kimball. Really worked the pitch count up early against her. Produced some offense as well, but just could not plate the runs home. They couldn't get the big swing when they needed it. And the Yellow Jackets, as a result, just 1 run in game number 1. A 3-2 misses high and outside, and the first 2 batters have reached against Baker off of a single and a walk allowed by Joey Baker. And first and second for Montana State Billings with Lauren Blaschek coming up. Blaschek had an efficient 2-for-3 performance in game number 1. She was the only Yellow Jacket to touch home plate scoring a run. Back at second base, and she's slotted up a couple spots in the order now as she fouls it back. Very few lineup changes for each teams. Blaschek moves up to the 3 spot, sending Kalu Ovehi down to the cleanup batter spot. Grace Hood for the Yellow Jackets takes over at third base, batting 7th. And for the Vikings, the only change in the lineup is the position swap of Andrew Jeske Ramirez and Della Magore as the catcher. This is it in the air, right field. Tracks her on her horse down to the foul side. Took a dive, and it'll just be a long strike. It's an 0-2 start, though, for Baker against Blaschek as she looks for her first out in the inning after 2 have reached against Baker. And MSUB is trying to do what Western Washington has done to their teams this season, and that's score first and put the pressure on from there. 0-2 count to Blaschek, the second baseman. Joey Baker has given up a hit and a walk to start the first. Here's an 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit on the line to left field, foul. As Blaschek was just a bit too early on her chop. And Baker will need to deliver another good 0-2 pitch. Blaschek now batting .321 off the multi-hit game in game number 1. Made some good defensive plays at second as well. Another 0-2 pitch from Joey Baker. Blaschek swings and puts it into the air right field, opposite way for her. Traxler gloves it, runner tagging from second up to third. The throw is not in time, and runners on the corners for the Yellow Jackets in the first inning. Nieto started us off with a base hit up the middle. She's now in scoring position, 60 feet away from the first run of the game here in game number 2. Just the second game that the Vikings and Yellow Jackets have played against each other all season. First matchups coming here in Bellingham. The only scheduled matchups for each team throughout the season, unless MSUB has a strong finish to the season and sneaks in. This is hammered by Kaluuehi into the left field corner, and foul up against the wall goes Barkham. She just missed that one. A couple feet away from a 3-run homer and a couple inches away from the glove of Lexi Barkham gaining an out. Runner would have likely tagged on it, so it could have been a sac fly. So foul ball for the time being is not the worst result. It's an 0-1 count with 1 out. Kaluuehi looking to do damage. The 1-out pitch is a breaker that drops in the strike zone, and it's another 0-2 count. Baker finds herself ahead. After a shaky start to the first, Baker has cleaned it up. Gets ahead 0-2 against Blazchek, forces the out, and another 0-2 count here against Kaluuehi. The 0-2 misses outside. Good catch by Delamagore. Keep that in front of her. Nieto has speed at third to score. Joey Baker could use a double play to escape it. Finds herself in a 1-2, just looking for an out. The pitch is hit high into the air, center field for Carpenter. Carpenter squeezes it, throw comes home, but the runner will easily score as Matlock picks it off. And the first run of the game comes from Montana State Billings on a sacrifice fly from Jaslyn Kaluuehi. The Yellow Jackets lead 1-0 with 2 outs in the first. Nieto started us off with a base hit, and she now has scored. Yellow Jackets pull ahead 1-0 against Baker off a hit and a walk in the inning. This is up the middle. It'll be another base hit, that time coming from Hurst. First and second for the Yellow Jackets. Hurst had a nice double back in game number 1. Picks up the base hit against Joey Baker, and Delamagore will trot into the circle to talk it with Joey Baker, the starting pitcher, who has allowed 1 run already and 2 are on. At the plate will be the dangerous hitter in Bryn Lucht, a .367 batter. 29 runs batted in for her, batting in the 6th spot for the Yellow Jackets. She's left the park 12 times through this 2025 season as she leads the conference in home runs. Two on for Baker, 2 outs in the top of the first, a 1-0 lead already for Montana State Billings. Here's the pitch. It's strike number 1 on Baker's fastball. She gets ahead. MSUB made some nice contact against Kimball in game number 1. Their offense has continued to show promise in game number 2. An 0-1 pitch from Baker taken by Lucht for strike 2. Baker has done well commanding the strike zone, just looking to limit the hits. With 2 outs, trying to limit the damage. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Baker. Taken for strike 3. Lucht watches the pitch go into the strike zone, and she goes down on 3 pitches. Baker is able to escape with just 1 run scored against her, but a 1-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets as the Vikings look to answer in the bottom of the first. Bottom of 1 here at Viking Field. Western Washington gets their chance at offense after Montana State Billings scores 1 run in the top of the first against starting pitcher Joey Baker. And now it's Emily Waters, the left-handed pitcher for the Yellow Jackets, facing off against Malia Andrews. Oh, way inside for ball 1. Andrews, as it stands right now, .526 batting average after 3 hits in game 1. That puts her as the national leader in batting average by just 1 point over Heather Arnett's .525. See if Arnett can match that from what Andrews did in game 1 and try and retake that lead. But for now, we have a national leader on the field, Malia Andrews, in batting average, and she's in a 1-1 count against the starter Waters. Waters a 5-7 record so far this season through 14 starts. Andrews takes the ball low, 2-1. The lefty has pitched a .628 ERA so far through 68 innings. Batters are hitting .327 off of her. And a lefty-lefty 2-1 count. The pitch comes high, and it's a 3-1 lead count for Malia Andrews. Andrews did it with her bat in game number 1, but she's also been known to have a terrific eye at the plate. 26 walks for the third baseman. And she will take walk number 27 to start it up for the Vikings on offense. Waters, that's her 33rd allowed walk on the season, and it brings up Connie Patoy with a runner on first. Patoy did a nice job bringing home some runs in game number 1, a 2-for-3 performance with 2 runs batted in. She shows a bunt, lays it down the first base side. That'll be gathered by the first baseman, thrown to the covering second at Blazchek covering. And it's a 3-4 ground out to advance the runner on a sacrifice bunt. So the Vikings opt for the small ball to move Andrews into scoring position, and that's because Haley Rath is now at the plate with only 1 out, with a chance to tie or take the lead in this game early. Low pitch for ball number 1. Waters is a sophomore, transferred to Montana State Billings to follow head coach Joe Yegi from Missouri Western State. That one a strike against Rath. Haley Rath was 2 for 4 in game 1, had 2 runs batted in. Came via 2 RBI singles off of the starter Caitlin James in game 1. The 1-1 pitch is jammed up on the inside from Rath. She fouls it back over the dugout of the visiting Yellow Jackets, and it's a 1-2 count. Waters was a two-way player for Missouri Western State. Last season appeared in 23 games as a position player, only 4 games as a pitcher. Outside ball 2 called, it's evened up. Waters only threw just over 6 innings in relief appearances last season. Had a .568 ERA in the limited time as Rath swings and misses at that one. It was blown by her for strike 3. And the second out in the inning brings up Emma Andrzejewski Ramirez, switching to the designated player spot for Western Washington, as Cheryl Gilmore puts Paris Della Magore catching for Joey Baker. Swing and a miss from Andrzejewski Ramirez as Waters has come out with some nice velocity. Vikings struggling to catch up to it. Andrzejewski Ramirez misses that one. Behind in the count, 0-1. 2 outs with a runner on second for Western Washington as the ball goes low out of the strike zone. 1-1. Yellow Jackets on the board early, up 1-0. They scored just 1 run in the total of game number 1. Came in the second inning. Vikings pitched the next 5 innings scoreless. Baker has already surrendered an earned run, and now Western Washington trying to answer back in the bottom of the frame. Andrzejewski Ramirez, though, behind 1-2 with 2 outs. Andrews walked and was advanced to second on a sacrifice bunt. The 1-2 pitch will miss for ball 2. Andrzejewski Ramirez, second on the team in runs batted in with 31. She's hit 5 home runs and 7 doubles. Looks that one low, ball 3. She's also drawn the second most walks on the team with 14 behind Malia Andrews' 27. A full count pitch from Waters. Swung on and hit up the middle, deflected off with a leg, I think, of Waters. And that throw is going to be in time. Umpire really made that one dramatic, as I do not think that was necessarily the call that Western Washington wanted. But the umpire went with it. He called it, so Cheryl Gilmore is going to come out onto the field to talk things over. But we'll head to the top of the second inning. It's 1-0. Yellow Jackets lead the Vikings. So it's the top of the second inning here at Viking Field after a controversial end to the bottom of the first. Call on the field was the runner was out at first. Cheryl Gilmore, gosh, what a pain for her, right? She had to walk out there in her boot that she's dealing with an Achilles tear, and had to argue her case because a lot of eyes here at Viking Field, a lot of eyes probably at home saw the play and questioned the call, but they don't overturn it. And now in the top of the second, MSUB is going to start it off with a bloop single right over the head of Haley Rath. And it's a base hit for the Yellow Jackets, again off of Joey Baker. It's Grace Hood getting the start and instantly making an impact. She's starting at the cornerstone at third, and replacement has the only different starting Yellow Jacket to change, taking out Avery Gray. And now she's on first with a single. Baker has allowed 3 hits now. Strike one called off of Baker's pitch. Vikings kind of just need to settle back in here, get back into their rhythm. It can be frustrating after a call doesn't go your way and a call in that fashion as well. Just have to remain in this game. They're only down 1-0. Chance to easily use your offense that has done so well this season to keep things going and not be bogged down by the fact that you felt like the first inning was ended out of your hands. Either way, Joey Baker misses, so it's 1-1. Ashley Akers, designated player. She scooted down 1 spot in the lineup as Hood jumped over her to the 7th spot. Akers now in the 8 hole. And the VP ahead 2-1. Akers went 0 for 2 in game number 1. Had a hard hit ball her first at bat. Then made some weak contact the second time for an out. Baker behind 3-1 here against Akers with a runner on first. Pop-up foul out of play for strike 2. Full count gained by Baker. Baker last season threw a total of 150 innings for Western Washington. Held a 12-6 record with a 2.57 ERA, leading the Vikings in strikeouts with 116. Pitch goes high and it's a walk. She has struggled today. 2 walks allowed and 3 hits. And this inning has started exactly how we saw the first inning start, with a single and a walk to put runners on first and second. And MSUB is going to use a pinch runner. So an early pinch running appearance for the pitcher. That's Emily Waters at first base. So she will take over for Akers in the DP spot. Of course, substitutions allowed in and out of the game for Division II softball. So we will see Akers later in the game, at least unless MSUB makes a change. But for now, Waters now at first, and Hood at second. Dipwick at the plate with no outs in the second. Bunt being shown, she pops it up. Della Magori on a dive, can't get it. Was looking for the play and trying to help her pitcher out with a much-needed out, but just unable to get it. Still a failed bunt attempt by Dipwick. And it's just strike number 1. Oh, 0-1 the count against Dipwick. She struggled at the plate in game number 1, showing bunt, but the pitch goes high, pulls it back, and takes ball number 1. Here's the 1-1 from Baker with 2 on. It's another high pitch missing. Top of the order hitter in Nieto waiting on deck, as this could be a big inning for Montana State Billings. No outs with 2 runners on. This time taken for a ball again as Dipwick pulled back the bunt. And a 3-1 count. Baker struggling with the command. Here's Baker's 3-1 pitch. Dipwick takes it for a low strike 2 number called, as Alan Moore expands the zone and puts this into a full count situation. Baker needs to deliver a good pitch. The freshman Dipwick trying to load the bases or do more. The payoff from Baker, taken for strike 3. Second K for Baker. Second time she's froze a batter. But it's just the first out in the inning, and now the top of the order coming up for Montana State Billings. Nieto has already hit Baker, where she led off the game with a single and came around to score the run when she was sent home on a sacrifice fly by the cleanup batter, Kalua Vehi. It's Nieto at the plate, the lefty bat with 2 on. Swung on and popped up foul. It'll be strike number 1. The pinch runner Waters at first. At second is Hood. This goes over the glove of Baker. Rath corrals it at short. No throw at first. And the bases are loaded. Not sure if Rath was just going to eat that up no matter what the play was. It seemed like she was going to try and throw it a second, then realized the runner was already there. And no out. So they will be all juiced up for the catcher, Kaylin Galvin. Nieto gets an infield single to load the bases. It's already a 1-0 lead, and Western Washington is going to take some time to chat here before they deal with the bases loaded situation with just 1 out. Yellow Jackets are hitting Baker so far good. She's given up 4 hits in an inning and a third pitched already. Has walked 2 Yellow Jackets. Already 1 earned run on the board, but this inning could make that a lot worse. Galvin, who's set to come to the plate, has 15 runs batted in as a .302 hitter so far this season. She was walked in her last at-bat. There have been 2 hits in the inning, led off by Grace Hood, who stands at third. Akers followed her with a walk and was pinch ran for by the pitcher Emily Waters, who's at second. At first is Nieto off that infield single. See if Baker can escape it. She's made a career out of navigating her way through difficult situations as a starter, stretching out her appearances and really escaping some tough jams. So Baker in a tough spot here. Needs some help via the defense. Needs to deliver some good pitches against Galvin. First pitch is taken for a ball. Yellow Jackets have remained patient in their approach here in game number 2. And with them all juiced up, Galvin ahead 1-0. Breaking pitch drops into the zone for strike number 1. Baker's 1-1, taken on the outside. Ball 2 called. Vikings like the spot. Galvin did not chase and has herself up 2-1. Galvin searching for her first hit in this series against the Vikings. Waited on it, send it to second. Patoy will tag the runner, then throw to first. What a double play all by Patoy. A 4-3 double play on the tag. And the bases loaded jam escaped via the defense from Patoy. We'll head bottom of 2. Vikings trail 1-0. Bottom of the second inning here in Western Washington University. The Vikings trail 1-0 against the Montana State Billings Yellow Jackets. In the top of the second, Joey Baker had the bases loaded against her with just 1 out. Yellow Jackets do not get a single run thanks to a double play from Connie Patoy at second base, tagging and throwing out 2 runners. And now the Vikings look to have some offense as Olivia Matlock is at the plate. Got jammed up for strike number 1 on a foul ball. Matlock 0 for 2 in game 1, but at a sacrifice fly for an RBI. She now has the team lead in runs batted in with 32. Matlock had a successful trip to Northwest Nazarene, as did the whole Vikings team, as they swept Northwest Nazarene in 4 games. Matlock another foul ball behind 0-2 though. Matlock hit a 4th inning solo home run. It was her 5th of the year in game number 3. It was her 2nd home run of the entire series because in game number 1, she had a 3-run homer in the 6-5 win for Western Washington. The transfer from St. Martin's and a 1-2 count off the miss from Emily Waters, pitching after pinch running for the Yellow Jackets and being left on base in that 2nd inning. The 1-2, poke the other way, but foul. As it just sliced its way out of play. And it will remain a 1-2 count. Matlock in her Vikings career has already earned a GNAC Player of the Week honor back in Week 4. Coming off of a .257 hitting season with the Saints. Foul ball. She's late on her swings as Waters has been blowing by a couple of the Vikings batters so far. Good velocity from the lefty through these first 2 innings. Matlock able to get enough of it, still trying to catch up to it in this 1-2 count. Leading off the bottom of the second, it's the 5, 6, and 7 for Western coming up. This one early and rolled down the third side, but foul again. Vikings had the controversial end to the bottom of the first on what Western Washington felt like was a missed call at first base. Trying to regain their offense here as Matlock sees that outside of the strike zone. Good take for ball 2. Andrew Jeske had a ground out. Bang bang play called at first safe by Reginald Johnson. Vikings still trail 1-0 as a result. Matlock into the air, right side of the field, and an easy flyout for Hurst coming in towards it. And the first out in the second inning. Paris Delamagori, the catcher for this matchup, comes up to the plate. Her first appearance of the game. Game number 1 started as the designated player, went 0 for 3. Pitch goes low from Emily Waters for ball 1. Delamagori on the season, a .288 hitter. 17 hits have resulted in 3 doubles, 1 home run, and 6 runs batted in. Making her 18th start of the season. 1-0, just missed it on a late swing. Foul territory for the right fielder, but Hurst dropped it out of her glove. And it will just be a strike when it could have been an out for the Yellow Jackets. Hurst had to run a decent amount of way to try and get there and had it in her glove, but it fell out. So it will be 1-1 with 1 out. The 1-1 pitch from Waters. Delamagori fouls it off. Strike 2. Western Washington cannot speed up. Emily Waters pitching so far through these first 2 innings. Tracks are on deck. Delamagori at the plate. Matlock flew out to start the inning as the Vikings trail 1-0 here in the second. This on the ground to second base, and oh, Blazek goes off of her glove. She recovers and makes the throw to first. Great job to save that play, a potential error from Blazek, but instead she turns it into a 4-3 out. That'll bring up Traxler with 2 outs. She's struggled at the plate throughout this season. Just 1 hit in 24 at-bats. Went hitless in game number 1 and now making her 6th start. And the question comes into play about McKenna Crum. Saw Traxler in game 1, could have thought that it was maybe a day off or a game off for McKenna Crum, but now with Traxler here in game 2, just making sure that hopefully McKenna Crum is all right. I know she took a pretty tough tumble during a home run trot on the road against Northwest Nazarene, but hopefully we'll see her tomorrow. Either way, Traxler trying to help with an 0-2 count, though, is behind. Hits this up the middle, and she's got her 2nd hit of the season. Extending the bottom of the second with a 2-out single is Traxler. That'll bring up Layla Carpenter, who has hit very well for a bottom-of-the-order hitter. Carpenter went 2 for 3, had the help of a bunt single in game number 1 to get on base twice. Scored a run, and overall 330 average hitter this season. High and in pitch, swing and miss for strike 1. Carpenter taking over in center field after the graduation of Taylor Karami, and Carpenter takes Karami's number. So it looks like 16 is just the number if you're going to play center field for Western Washington. That ball misses. Now a 1-1 count. This is a Vikings team that isn't missing a whole lot of talent from last season. They returned their entire pitching staff, only lost 2 starters in Taylor Karami and Ashley Jacobson as Carpenter swings through strike 2. They also lost bench pieces Emily Paulson and pitcher Hanako Hirai. That's pretty promising regarding the young talent that made it to the World Series last year. The 1-2 is a foul ball back and away from Carpenter. Carpenter stays alive, 1-2. Runner at first. His tracks are after the 2-out single. Bottom of the second. Pitch is high for ball 2. Huxley Barcombe on deck in the bottom of the order for Western Washington. MSUB's Emily Waters has only allowed a hit and a walk so far through her first 2 innings. Carpenter fighting with her, though, fouls off another pitch and stays 2-2. And what's so remarkable about the Vikings' young team is last season received no first-place votes for the conference poll. End up going all the way to the NCAA Championship Series as a swing and a miss from Carpenter goes down for a strikeout. Waters gets her second K of the game and will send us to the top of the third. 1-0 Montana State on top of Western Washington. Top of the third here in Bellingham, Washington. A 1-0 lead for Montana State Billings over Western Washington University. The 3-4-5 hitters coming up for the Yellow Jackets, led off by Lauren Blazczak. She flew out to right in her last time up. Joey Baker back on the circle after some shaky first 2 innings, but just only 1 run to show for it for the Yellow Jackets, and it goes back to what was kind of the case in Game 1. Yellow Jackets got on base, hit some nice balls, but didn't have the big hit to try and extend a lead or chip away at the Vikings' lead, and we've seen it so far through these first 2 innings. Plenty of runners left on base for MSUB. Blazczak has seen the first 2 pitches for balls, and it's a 2-0 count. Right now, Baker has allowed 3 singles and 2 walks. 4 hits, actually, all singles and 2 walks. 2 strikeouts for her. Way behind 3-0 against Blazczak. Blazczak has drawn 10 walks this season and a 3-0 count. Driver's seat of this at-bat takes a strike as Baker is able to find the zone. After having great performances against Northwest Nazarene on the road, Baker has come out slow here at home. Trying to regain it. 3-1, misses in the dirt, though, for ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk for the Yellow Jackets. In every single inning, Yellow Jackets have led the inning off with a base runner reaching. In the first and second, it was via base hits, but now the walk puts a runner on first for Kailua Vehi, who back when she came up in the first inning, had a deep fly ball to left field at first that almost left the park, was barely foul and up against the fence. Then proceeded to have a sacrifice fly to bring home the 1 run of the game. She scored Nieto, who was at third, tagging up. She's now at the plate in a 1-0 count, runner on first. Baker's third walk allowed in the start. Breaking ball misses high for ball 2. Baker has walked 38 batters entering this game to 75 struck out. And that's all in 83 innings of work as she entered this start, 10-6 on the season. Bunt being shown by Kaluuavehi, and that will be bumped out of the glove by Baker, and it is going to be a bunt single for Kaluuavehi. It's going to be first and second again with no outs against Joey Baker. And the struggle continues here in the start for Baker. It is officially scored as a single, not an error on the pitcher. It was a great bunt, and even if Baker fielded it cleanly, I don't know if she was going to be able to make the throw. Now you have Winter Hurst, the sophomore, coming up with a chance for MSUB to try and finally find that big hit. The Vikings have kind of skated by in these first 2 innings, avoiding any big innings from the Yellow Jackets, but once again, 2 on to start an inning via a walk and a hit. So that's exactly how the first and second started for the Yellow Jackets against Baker. Hurst in game number 1 went 1 for 3, but her one hit was a very well struck double. It was just her sixth double of the season. Baker misses the zone for ball 1. Hurst has 16 runs batted in. The power hitting Bryn Lucht is on deck with no outs in the top of the third. 1-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets. A 1-0 pitch from Baker. Taken low and inside for ball 2. Hurst in the driver's seat, 2-0. That turns to 3-0. Joey Baker, a struggle to start these first 3 innings. Just trying to see if she can find the rhythm here. Kong is in the bullpen just soft tossing a little bit just in case this gets out of hand. A 3-0 pitch from Baker. It's high in ball 4. 2 walks and a single in the inning. Load the bases in the third. There's no outs. Vikings escape this situation with 1 out in the second inning, but now in the third it's looking a little bit dry. And Western Washington needs to find a solution here with another timeout being taken to talk with Baker. You have the powerful hitting Bryn Lucht coming up. The sophomore has 12 home runs on the season. Leads the Yellow Jackets in runs batted in, despite batting 6th in the order. Baker did strike her out looking on 3 pitches in the first inning. But with no outs, Lucht has a chance to score a run, even just on a well-hit ball in the air out to the outfield. Baker struggling with the command in the start through these first 3 innings. Entered with a 2.02 ERA. Not only has she struggled with that, Yellow Jackets are hitting her pretty well. When they've squared it up, they've found nice contact. Baker entered the game with just a 2.02 average against. And the Yellow Jackets have 5 base hits. They've all been singles. Luck looks for extra bases or anything to keep the order moving. With the bases loaded, a whole lot here you can do to score a run. It's the first pitch for a strike, so Baker gets ahead of Lucht. Bryn Lucht didn't take the bat off of her shoulders in the first inning and got struck out on 3 pitches from Baker. And 0-1. Hit on the ground to Andrews at third. She's going to throw home to get the runner. Della Magori to first. Not in time. Runner going home. Back to home. The tag is not in time. Runner safe. Heads up base running by the Yellow Jackets, and they steal a run going home. It was almost a great defensive play at first, and then the Yellow Jackets answered that right back by sending a risky runner home, but it paid off, and now they're going to lead 2-0. Cheryl Gilmore, the head coach of the Vikings, is asking the officials to talk about it, but it looked like she was safe off the initial just look at it, and right now it stands as a potential 2-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets. So Luck ends up hitting the ball on the ground to a fielder's choice for the first out. That got the runner Blazchek, who is heading home, out. It was then the pinch runner coming home for Kalawehi, who ended up scoring. Hurst is on third, and Luck is on first. So it is confirmed. Brevig scores. There's one out gained in that whole play. Runners on the corners. 2-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets. This into the air. Center field kind of shallow to Carpenter. Runner is not going to tag off the out. It's the second of the inning, and this bounces off of Delamagori, allowing Luck to go to second. So Hood with the fly out to center field for out number 2. Baker's behind. 2-0 in this game, both of the runs earned. Off a risky play, sending the runner home there, but paid off. Brevik slid home, and tag was just a bit late. Ashley Akers back into the game after being pinch ran for Emily Waters. Waters pinch ran after Akers reached on a walk in the second inning. She's now back in that designated player spot. Runners at second and third. Baker with 2 outs, back-to-back outs gained, fielder's choice and a fly out. Breaking pitch is taken for ball 1. Lucht is at second, reached on the fielder's choice that plated the run. Hurst, after reaching on a walk, stands at third. The 1-0 pitch to Akers, misses outside. Back pick attempt to third base, but the runner is safe. Pitch was a strike, so a 1-1. Here's a 1-1 from Baker. Swung on and hit foul back. Life flashed before my eyes there. Never been happier to know that there's a net in the 1-2 count off the foul ball now. And if you're Baker, if you can get out of the third with just a 2-0 deficit, by the way it's looked, you feel a little bit lucky. Tons of base runners by the Yellow Jackets. 1-2, taken on the outside for ball 2. Borderline pitch, just missing outside of the left-handed bat of the designated player, Akers. Baker up to 56 pitches in the start. 2-2. Drops into the zone for strike 3. Baker exits the top of the third with stranding 2 runners. Yellow Jackets, though, plate 1 run on a heads-up base running play. They lead 2-0. We enter the bottom of the third when we come back. Bottom of the third inning, 2-0 lead for Montana State Billings over Western Washington University here. In the top of the third, Joey Baker continued to struggle through her first 3 innings in the start. Gave up a walk, single, and a walk to start the third inning. Loaded the bases. And then on a fielder's choice play where the Vikings got the first runner out that was going home, they tried to turn 2 throwing to first, and as a result, Yellow Jackets advanced another runner home and scored. It's now Lexi Barcombe leading it off. She's behind off the first pitch strike. Emily Waters still in the circle for the Yellow Jackets. Barcombe takes ball 1. 9, 1, and 2 hitters coming up for Western Washington. Barcombe, Andrews, and Patoy. Just a 2-0 deficit. There have been 6 runners left on base by the Yellow Jackets. Swing and a miss from Barcombe. And after allowing 5 hits to the Yellow Jackets through these first 3 innings and 4 walks, if you're Joey Baker, you don't feel horrible knowing that there were 6 runners you at least stranded, or else this game could be a whole lot different. 1-2 as Barcombe fouls it away. Keep the game close, and you keep this powerful Western Washington offense in contention to try and help you out, get some runs. So far they haven't, as the Vikings have just 1 hit and a walk off of Emily Waters through 2 innings. She's struck out 2 batters as well. In a 1-2 driver's seat count, throws to Barcombe and strikes her out swinging to start the third. Waters, her 3rd strikeout of the game, and it flips the lineup card back over to Malia Andrews. Andrews reached on a walk to start the offense in the first inning for Western Washington. She was left on base after the next 3 Vikings batters were retired. Andrews swings through for strike 1 and is behind. Waters came into this game with 54 strikeouts in 68 innings. She's retired 3 Vikings via the K. 0-1 pitch goes low for ball 1. Yellow Jackets throughout the season have had good offense, but it's been the pitching as their biggest struggle. And right now, Waters trying to hold on to the 2-0 lead that her offense has granted her. Andrews fouls the pitch away, remains in a 1-2 count. The lefty bat of Andrews, the national leader in batting average as it stands right now. Foul ball again. Has a great ability to draw long at-bats, work pitchers into full counts. Saw that with the walk in the first inning. Andrews was just patient. Can do the damage with the bat as well. In a 1-2, she got jammed a little bit out to left field, and it's going to be an easy catch for Lucht out there for the second out in the third. That'll bring up Connie Patoy, who's a .357 hitter entering this. She laid down a sacrifice bunt her last time up. Will now be free swinging as the senior has played the most games in a Vikings uniform in program history. Patoy against Cal State Monterey Bay as she fouls the pitch off for strike 1. Patoy against Cal State Monterey Bay set Western Washington University's all-time record for career games played with 190, and she will continue to add to that throughout this whole season. Her final one in a Vikings uniform. She hits this into center field. A couple steps back for Nieto, and it's 1-2-3 for Western Washington. Sat down. Emily Waters having a good first 3 innings here against the Vikings offense. 2-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets coming into the 4th. Top of the fourth inning here at Viking Field. We have a pitching change for Western Washington. Joey Baker is done after 3 innings, and now it is Kiana Kong who closed out game number 1, taking over in the circle. Leading off in the inning for the Yellow Jackets is Kennedy Dipwick. Hits the first pitch, opposite way into the air. Rachel Traxler to her right to make the grab out in right field for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 retired by Kong. So Kiana Kong enters for potentially the last 4 innings here. Has made her career in a Vikings uniform out of being a relief pitcher, but her longest appearance of the season was a 5-inning one against Dominican back on the 26th of March. She's pitched 4 innings since then against Cal State Monterey Bay. Vikings looking for a similar thing. This one's on the ground, back picked by Haley Rath, and flips it over to first for a 6-3 ground out. Nice defensive play by Rath, and Kong is working efficiently in her first inning here against the Yellow Jackets. 2 up, 2 down on minimal pitches from Kiana Kong. Caitlin Galvin looks to extend the inning. She's 0 for 1 with a walk. So Baker will be asked to potentially go the final 4 here. Baker exits after 3 innings of allowing 5 hits, 4 walks, and 2 earned runs while striking out 3. Baker threw just 61 pitches, and 34 of those were for strikes. That gives you an idea of around where her command was in this start. And now Kong, dealing with 2 out and a 1-0 count, goes inside for strike 1. Kong's 2-out pitch, 1-1, delivers it. That's fouled away. Kiana Kong pitched the final 2 innings in game number 1 to secure the 5-1 victory. Through that, she faced 9 batters, struck out 3 of them, and allowed 1 walk and 2 hits with no earned runs scored against her. Trying to keep the Vikings in this 2-0 game. The 1-2 pitch from her. Taken low for ball number 2. Kong pitched a total of 130 innings last year for Western Washington and 44 relief appearances. Made just 2 starts. She delivers a 2-2 inside and it's drawn full. Kong went on a very dominant run last season, pitching just over 25 consecutive scoreless innings between the month of February and March. She was really a shutdown pitcher. 3-2 pops her up. This will be playable for Patoy to her left in foul territory. Makes the grab. It's a 1-2-3 inning for the new pitcher in Kiana Kong. Scores 2-0. Vikings trying to get offense going when we come back in the bottom of the 4th inning. Viking Field. Bottom of the 4th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. A 2-0 lead for Montana State Billings over Western Washington University in this GNAC matchup. Game 2 of our doubleheader. It was a 5-1 win for the Vikings in Game 1. We've got 2 more games for you tomorrow. Starting at noon, the Vikings and Yellow Jackets will play a doubleheader here at Viking Field. Emily Waters in the circle for the Yellow Jackets for the bottom of the 4th. Haley Rath leading things off for Western Washington. Waters has been good so far. Through her first 3 innings pitched, has given up just 1 hit and 1 walk while striking out 3 Vikings. Vikings trail 2-0 after taking game 1. Vikings have won their last 10 conference games in a row and have won 6 games in a row overall. Haley Rath fouls it away, so it's a 1-1 count to the leadoff bat in the bottom of the 4th. It's the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Vikings due up. Rath, Andrew Jeske, Ramirez, and Matlock. Rath swings and hits another foul ball, this time into the bullpen of the Yellow Jackets. Rath is 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the first inning. Western Washington's offense has not broke out yet in Game 2 like it did back in Game 1, where they scored 2 runs in the first inning and kind of never looked back. Waters pitching nicely so far in the circle for MSUB. 1-1 taken as it missed high. And we're drawn even 2-2. Rath, a .344 hitter entering this game. He had 125 at-bats. She hits this on a line to right field, but straight to a glove of Hurst. Good process, good piece, but straight to a glove of Hurst on the line out. And it's out number 1. Andrew Jeske Ramirez will come up 0 for 1 after she hit a ground out that she hustled down the line and was called out at first. The controversial ending back in that first inning, and it just seems like the Vikings offense and momentum as a team kind of went down after that play. They felt like they got robbed of having a base runner on first and third and maybe rallying with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Trying to get back into it. Andrew Jeske Ramirez looks for a big swing to do it. She takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to the designated player. .347 average for Andrew Jeske Ramirez as she takes the pitch high for ball 2. 7 doubles, a triple, and 5 home runs for the usual catcher. But in game number 2, after catching the first, DPing. 3-2-1. Swinged and popped up straight to the third baseman on a couple steps in. Hood makes the grab for route number 2 as Waters gets the best of Andrew Jeske that time. That'll bring up Olivia Matlock, who flew out to right field in her first at-bat. Two-out pitch is hit into the air, out to center field and on the run. Oh, but out of the glove as she ran into the fence, and Matlock is going to end up safely. That was into the glove of Nieto, but she dropped it as the contact was made out in center. And that is going to result in Matlock at second base. Could not hold on to the catch, so it will be an out and ruled a double. So as it stands, Matlock, her first hit of the game, just the second one off of Waters. MSUB taking a time here to maybe see if Nieto is all right after making contact with the wall. Kind of seemed a bit shaken up out there in center field, but seems like she is fine. Hasn't came into the infield at all. Coach Joe Yegi will come out to the grass to go check on his center fielder. Vikings get a lucky break, see if they can take advantage of it, as Matlock hit a nice hit ball. Probably could have been, should have been an out. It was in the glove of Nieto for a while until she ran into the fence and popped out. Paris Delamagori is going to be due up with here after the check on the center fielder. Nieto is a key player to this Yellow Jackets offense and defense. Of course, the outfield captain, but also the leadoff batter and the best average hitter for Montana State Billings. Be a pretty big loss, but she is all right. So Vikings with 2 outs, chance to do some 2-out magic. They did a lot of it in the first inning, or excuse me, in the first game. See if they can do it here with Paris Delamagore coming up. She grounded out to second her last time up. She'll have a runner at second in scoring position, tying run at the plate for Western Washington. Two outs as Waters, for the first time, has a runner in scoring position against her, as that is tipped into the glove off a foul for strike number one. First extra base hit off of Waters, just the second hit overall by Western Washington. And 0-1. Swing and a miss from Delamagore. She was late on the high pitch. It just rose above the zone. It's an 0-2 count. So Waters trying to leave another runner on base, and the Vikings have reached. Nothing else has followed it in those innings. They've had a base runner in the first and second innings. Andrews had the walk in the first, was left on second though. A single by Traxler in the second inning. She was stranded there. Matlock at second right now. Delamagore trying to extend the bottom of the fourth. 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled. Delamagore stays alive with 2 outs. One swing from her could tie it. Delamagore has left the park 1 time this season. Just 6 runs batted in for the catcher today. Another 1-2 pitch. Fouled off again by Delamagore. Waters trying to find the put-away pitch in the driver's seat, 1-2. But Delamagore battling off and fighting some pitches away. Rachel Traxler, who has a single already, waiting on deck. Another 1-2. Swing and a miss. It's a strikeout to strand the runner in scoring position as Delamagore goes down with the K. It's the 4th strikeout for Waters, and it sends us to the 5th inning with Montana State Billings leading 2-0. Top of the 5th inning here at Western Washington University at Viking Field on the South Campus. It's a 2-0 lead for Montana State Billings, leading your Vikings after a run in the first and the third against the starter Joey Baker, but now relief pitcher in Kiana Kong taking over for Joey Baker. Kong pitched a 1-2-3 4th inning, and now will face off against 3-4-5 hitters for the Yellow Jackets. Blazchek takes the first pitch for a ball. Kong was very efficient, just 8 pitches in that 4th inning to get the 3 outs that she needed to advance at her first inning of relief in Game 2. Pitched 2 innings at Game number 1, back out here now, trying to go the rest of the way. She takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Pitch count for Kong in Game 1 was 37, so you can give her around 60-ish pitches to go through potentially these final 4 innings that she's been scheduled to likely go for. Kong just missed on the inside for ball 2. Looking for 3 more innings of work from Kong likely in the 2-0 deficit that the Vikings are in right now. Blazchek was walked and flew out in her first 2 appearances. She rolls this to the shortstop Haley Rath and a 6-3 ground out. Starts the 5th inning. Kaluavehi is 1 for 2 with an RBI and a single. She had a sacrifice fly in the first that scored the first run of the game, and then she reached on a single, was pinch ran for by Brevig. Brevig is the runner that scored home on the fielder's choice play back in that third inning, and it made it 2-0. Pitch goes outside to the first baseman, and it's ball number 1. First time that Kaluavehi is seen Kong in this matchup in game 2. Although back in game number 1, Kaluavehi actually did not see Kong at all, so this is her first matchup in the series against her. (2-0) with Kaluavehi ahead. Kong has retired her first 4 that she's faced. Taken for a strike that time. 2-1 is the count. Western Washington entered this game in this series with the best ERA in the conference, the second best batting average in the GNAC, a .321 batting average as a team, and a .214 ERA as a staff. They've allowed 2 runs in this game, 1 in the first. So that's rolled over foul for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Vikings were the favorites to potentially have back-to-back sweeps here at Viking Field. It would be back-to-back sweeps in the sense that they swept Northwest Nazarene on the road, come home here, have these 4 games against MSU, which was looked at coming into the season as the worst team in the conference, predicted to finish last. Last season, the Vikings swept the Yellow Jackets in Billings. 2-2, swing and a miss from Kaluavehi, and it's a strikeout, the first for Kiana Kong in her relief appearance, and she's retired 5 straight. Got to give the props to Montana State Billings that have played better than their record says at just 10-22 overall. Had some good offense, and right now Emily Waters is pitching very well in the circle. Yellow Jackets last year were 9-38-1. 38 losses, that one tie as well. First pitch strike against Hurst. Winter Hurst is 1 for 1, a single and a walk for her. She's reached each time out in right field, playing defense today for the Yellow Jackets. Kong trying to have another 1-2-3 inning. The 0-1 pitch taken inside for ball 1. Yellow Jackets this season have not been a team that has played well on the road. They are just 1-16, and if you include neutral sites, they're 3-18 when outside of Billings. One-on-one count for Kong. Here's a 2-out pitch. Taken for a low, strike number 2 called. Kong a chance to go 6 up, 6 down through 2 innings. Here's her 1-2 pitch. She will have a swing and miss, but they are not going to get the throw. So it's a strikeout, but a wild pitch. And Hurst reaches, despite striking out, reaches on the wild pitch, and the inning extends. So could have been 6 up, 6 down, but with the wild pitch, runner at first, and now Bryn Lucht. Lucht is 0 for 2. Reached on the fielder's choice that scored the run back in the third. 2-out pitch to her is low. Lucht has stepped into that kind of superstar role that Montana State Billings feels like they're missing. Last season they had Marin Penny, who made a career as a multi-all GNAC selection. And last year hit the 3rd most home runs in a single season. Swing and a miss from Lucht. The Yellow Jackets have always had power. I want to check myself. Penny had the most single season home runs in 2023, not last year, but also provided power last year because Tegan Seaton, an all GNAC first team selection, hit 16 home runs last year for the Yellow Jackets. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Since Kong has entered this game, Yellow Jackets have really struggled against her. Just need the Vikings offense to come back around, and you feel like you have a good shot with Kong in the circle. Another 1-2 count with a runner on first. 2 outs, Kong trying to finish the inning. Swing and a miss. She strikes out 3 in a row. Wild pitch extended the inning, but she gets him down. And we'll head to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 the score. Vikings trail when we come back here on Vikings TV. Bottom of the 5th, Western Washington trailing Montana State Billings 2-0 here in game number 2 of a doubleheader. Vikings won the first of 2, 5-1. MSUB took a 1-0 lead in the first, added to it in the third. Western Washington yet to plate a run here against Emily Waters, pitching very well for the Yellow Jackets and starts things off with a strike against Rachel Traxler. Traxler, just one of 2 hits allowed by Emily Waters back in the 2nd inning. She hits this straight up the middle. Center fielder is there, and an easy grab for Nieto. That'll bring up Layla Carpenter as part of the 7-8-9 that are coming up here in the 5th. Traxler retired on the fly out to center. Carpenter 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 4 strikeouts on the day for Emily Waters. Carpenter takes the first pitch for a strike inside. Waters was part of a Missouri Western State University team last year that went 31-20. Carpenter fouls this back for strike number 1. Transferred to Montana State Billings along with head coach Joe Yegi. Oh, 2 to start off against Carpenter. This one poked out to left field, and that's going to drop for a base hit from Carpenter. She's got a couple in the series as now Layla reaches with just 1 out. Lexi Barcombe with a runner on first. In the bottom of the 5th, tying run at the plate for Western Washington, looking to get something going. Top of the order on deck. Barcombe showed bunt but pulled it back. And took ball 1 from Waters. The lefty on lefty. Bunt being shown again, pulled back by Barcombe. Ball 2. Trying to move a runner into scoring position with Malia Andrews on deck. Andrews, of course, always the chance to do damage. Barcombe trying to do her role in it. Right now in the driver's seat, 3-0 for her. If you're Barcombe, I'm taking all the way here with Andrews waiting on deck and only 1 out. Don't want to hit into a double play with a runner on first. 3-0. She takes ball 4. 4-pitch walk for Lexi Barcombe. The bottom of the order sets up Malia Andrews with 1 out. She'll come to the plate. Andrews could use a big swing here. She's had a whole lot of those throughout her very young career as a Western Washington Viking. Most notably, you think of last season the super regional game against Cal State Dominguez Hills. It was extra innings, bottom of the 8th, and Malia Andrews came up to the plate and hit a walk-off clinching home run that advanced Western Washington to the national championships, where they would go on that magical run to make it all the way to the World Series. Vikings fell just short in that World Series to UT Tyler. High expectations for this team entering 2025, and they started off a little shaky, 1-4. People were thinking maybe the pressure was a bit too much for them, but Coach Gilmore said they settled in. As we see, they're number 11 in the country right now. This one jammed off the middle off of Andrews. Throw to second, now over to first. No double play. Runners will be at the corners on the 4-6 ground out from Andrews. She reaches, though, off the fielder's choice, but it's the second out in the inning. Connie Patoy. She's got a couple RBI already in this series. Trying to get some here in game number 2. 2 runs batted in the 5-1 victory right before this one. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th with 2 on. Patoy takes it high and away for ball 1. Patoy 0 for 2, laid down a sacrifice bunt and flew out to center. Strike called there. Bottom half of the strike zone, it's 1-1. A 1-1 delivery from Waters. Patoy takes it for strike 2, and now Patoy is behind. Runner in scoring position. Vikings want to at least try and get something chipped off the board here in this 2-0 deficit. They've been held scoreless through 4. It's a hard thing to do. Waters delivers the pitch. Fouled away by Patoy. Emily Waters entered this matchup 6.28 ERA through 68 innings, and it does not look like that. 4 scoreless frames by her. She's been great. Looking to get out of it with 2 on. 2 outs in the 5th, a 1-2 pitch coming. Here it is. Patoy takes it outside for ball 2. Borderline, but it goes to the Vikings' favor, and it's evened up. Haley Rath waiting on deck. You know she'd love to get a chance at this. Depends on this 2-2. Patoy fights it off, foul again to the right side. Might have chased a little bit low, but just trying to battle through and protect the strike zone. Patoy does not want to be sat down looking, at least. Two and two as Patoy steps back into the box. Here comes Waters from the circle in a 2-2. Foul ball again by Patoy. Good battle here in the at-bat. Patoy just a bit under it and late. Looking for the swing, trying to find a gap. Another 2-2 pitch from Waters. Taken outside for ball 3, and it's gone full. Great at-bat here from Connie Patoy. First and third for Western Washington. They trail by 2 in the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs and a 3-2 payoff pitch from Waters. Patoy swings into right field, and it'll be grabbed in foul ground for an out. Hurst makes the catch, and 2 are stranded for Western Washington. 5 scoreless innings put up by Emily Waters so far, and a 2-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets when we come back in the 6th inning. Top of the 6th inning here at Viking Field in Bellingham, Washington. The Western Washington Vikings trail 2-0 to the Montana State Billings Yellow Jackets, who are trying to split this doubleheader here on this Friday afternoon. Yellow Jackets fell 5-1 in game number 1. Hold a 2-0 lead after runs in the first and third. Last 2 innings have gone scoreless for each side, mainly because Kiana Kong is in the circle for Western Washington. 4th and 5th inning, she has been amazing. 3 strikeouts back in the 5th, as a swing and a miss starts it out in the 6th. Kong actually needed, if you could consider it, 4 outs to get him out in the 5th inning. She had a strikeout that was a swinging strikeout that resulted in a wild pitch that extended the inning, so the rare 4-out inning for Kiana Kong. Starts off inning number 6 and an 0-1 count here against Hood. Hood chases away for strike 2. Grace Hood is 1 for 2 with a single and a fly out. Kong has retired 7 batters that she has faced entering this 6th inning. The 0-2 pitch from Kong. Check swing. Did she go? Just pulled it back. So ball 1 it is off the check swing from Hood. Hood came in as a pinch hitter in game 1 and went 0 for 1. Now gets the start at the corner in this game, and so far has picked up a hit. He's played some defense at third base as well, and the 1-2 count comes to her. Swing and a miss in the dirt. They get her chasing, and Kiana Kong has 4 straight strikeouts. Joey Baker surrendered the 2 earned runs through the first 3 innings, and it has been Kiana Kong taking over since the 4th. Vikings have been kept into this game because of Kong, as now the 8-hitter and Ashley Akers is at the plate. 1 out to the DP. She's 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but has also walked. Both of those results were against Baker. She takes the first pitch for a ball. Kong last season had a 16-1 record with 11 saves as well out of the bullpen mainly. A 1-0 in the dirt, bounces even before the plate. She's behind 2-0. Kong entered her relief appearance in game number 1 and surrendered a rare walk, just 1 walk given up in that appearance, but overall it was just her 5th of the season. She's done a great job not giving up those free base runners. Has to make you work for it. She had 3 strikeouts in 2 innings during game number 1. Right now she's got 4 straight rolling. That's a foul ball towards the Vikings dugout. And strike number 1. Vikings players checking on one of their assistant coaches or coaches. I don't know who it necessarily might have touched, but it was straight towards the Vikings dugout. Heard some oohs and ahs. So it'll be 2-1 the count with 1 out here in the 6th. Kong just trying to keep this at this 2-0 game, hoping that the offense in these final 2 frames can come around. Vikings have been showing life against the pitcher Emily Waters. See if they can break through, but for now, Yellow Jackets trying to add to their cushion, some insurance runs maybe. This is a 1-hopper to Haley Rath at shortstop. She wipes it over and gets an easy out. 6-3 the ground out is out number 2 in the 6th. It'll bring up the bottom of the order hitter in Kennedy Dipwick. 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout for her. She was the first batter that Kong faced, only saw 1 pitch and soared a ball into right field for an out. Now comes up in the top of the 6th with 2 outs, trying to extend the frame. First pitch to her. The shortstop takes it low and inside for ball 1. Top of the order in Nieto waiting on deck. It'll be the first time we've seen Nieto since she took that crash into the outfield. That resulted in a drop catch off the hit from Olivia Matlock. Back in the last inning. A 1-0. This into the air, right side, tracks her on her horse to try and get it, dives and it gets past her. Runner going to be sent to second. Batoy now out in right field corner. Runner heads to third, and Dipwick has a triple. It'll be her second of the season, as Traxler was trying to make the play on the dive, and as a result, gave up the extra bases. And a runner is in scoring position. 2 outs, but the top of the order hitter in Nieto at the plate, who's already had 2 hits in this game. She's 2 for 3, but against Kong was forced into her ground out. Both of her hits came against Joey Baker in the first and second innings. Nieto, the lefty, in that batter's box, ready to hit. Trying to extend the 2-0 lead. Kong trying to keep it there. Pitch goes low for ball number 1. One and 0 for Kong. Her pitch comes home, swung on and chopped back towards her. She gloves it and throws to first for the easy out. Kong able to put up another scoreless frame here in the 6th, and it'll send us to the bottom of the 6th. Vikings still at that 2-0 deficit. We'll see if the offense comes around when we come back here on Vikings TV. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. Western Washington softball here hosting Montana State Billings. For the first time this season, these two teams playing each other. Game 1 was all Western Washington, 5-1 victory, and the offense was flowing. Game 2, Montana State Billings took an early lead with 1 run in the first, 1 in the third as well, and they currently lead at 2-0. Vikings have a chance here with Rath, Andrew Jeske, Ramirez, and Matlock to try and get the offense moving. This is a high fly ball on the first pitch. It'll be a can of corn out in center field for Nieto. And it's the first out. That quickly brings up Andrew Jeske Ramirez. So far, no noise from her in these first 2 games. 0 for 2 in this one right now. She went 1 for 3 in the first game. One out pitch from Emily Waters, who has held the Vikings scoreless. The DP, Andrew Jeske Ramirez, looking for a big swing to try and get the offense flowing. Takes a strike. Vikings have not been shut out since a 1-0 loss against Simon Fraser on the 1st of March. It would certainly be a feat for MSUB, who has struggled pitching, to do so. Overall on the season, have only been shut out twice. They were shut out against Vanguard on the 1st of February. And also that time against Simon Fraser, which was here at home. It was the Vikings' home opener, actually, that they lost after having some rallies at the Hawaii Invitational, some wins against Western Oregon and Simon Fraser that were non-conference games. Andrew Jeske Ramirez in a 2-2, pops this up into the infield. Shortstop in Dipwick is there, and she grabs the second out. That'll bring up Olivia Matlock, trying to do something in the bottom of the 6th. Vikings riding a 6-game winning streak. Had a loss against Cal State Monterey Bay in the first of their doubleheader. Fouled away by Matlock with 2 outs. Matlock had the double That was a hard hit ball into center field. Nieto had it in her glove, then ran into the fence and dropped it. And via softball rules, it does not qualify as a catch, even if she got 2 feet down. No one really knows what considers a catch in sports like these. It's kind of just a feeling. As Matlock pops this up into the infield, second baseman will grab it in Blazchek, and that's a 1-2-3-6, exactly what Waters needed to do in the dangerous part of the order. She sets him down, and we'll go to the 7th. 2-0 Yellow Jackets on top of the Vikings when we come back. Top of the 7th inning here at Viking Field. Your Western Washington Vikings trail 2-0 against Montana State Billings. 3 scoreless frames by each team, no runs since the 3rd. Kaana Kong has been a shutdown pitcher here. First pitch swinging from Galvin as she skies it into center for Layla Carpenter. A couple steps to her left to make the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 7th for Kong. Kong so far took over in the 4th inning. She's got 4 strikeouts and has only allowed 1 hit, which came in the 6th inning on a triple from Kennedy Dipwick. She was left on base, though, at the end of that frame. And now in the 7th, Kong looks to keep this at a 2-0 game and hope the Vikings offense can finally find a spark. First pitch rolled over foul to the left side. Blazchek got the dish, 0 for 2 today, has a walk. Lauren Blazchek in her senior season for the Yellow Jackets, trying to help her team towards a Game 2 victory. The 0-1 pitch from Kong. Blazchek takes it in the dirt. We'll have 2 games tomorrow, Saturday starting at noon, and then the second game starting 30 minutes after the finish of Game 1. Right now, Yellow Jackets trying to split the Friday series 1-1. Trying to upset the number 11 Western Washington Vikings. Ranked in the national top 25 poll for most of the season. After starting the season 1-4, Vikings have reminded people why they went to the World Series last year. Vikings have 27 wins to 9 losses on the season, meaning they've gone 26-5 since going 1-4 to start the year. Pitch misses outside from Kong. 2-2 is the count to Blazchek. 1 out in the 7th. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Blazchek, the second baseman. She hits it on the ground to Malia Andrews. Couple swirling hops, a throw to Matlock at first for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down in the 7th so far for Kong faced. It'll be Kalauavehi to the plate, the first baseman. First baseman is 1 for 2 with a single and a sacrifice fly. Has a run batted in that came in the 1st inning, which right now is looked at as the winning run for the Yellow Jackets. They got up early and didn't look back. This one's rolled over. Andrews to her left, bobbled it out of her glove, couldn't make the play. And Kalahuavehi is going to be at first base. And they will say it's an error on Andrews when E5 puts Kalahuavehi at first for Winter Hurst to be granted the extension of the 7th inning. If Kong does give it up from here, any earned runs or any runs will not be earned runs against Kong, as the play should have ended the inning, but now Kong focusing on the new batter. And strike one called against Hurst. Hurst struck out on the wild pitch back in the 5th inning. She ended up running down to first and getting there in time before the catcher Delamagori could get the wild pitch strikeout confirmed, and it extended that inning. It was part of 4 straight strikeouts that Kong had. This is rolled foul for strike 2. Kong is still credited with that strikeout, but not given the out for it. Ended up striking the next batter out anyway, so who cares? Still just 1 hit allowed by Kong as ball put in play by Kalahuavehi was ruled an error. Oh and 2. Here's Kong's pitch. Check swing. She went around by a mile, and it's strike number 3. Another strikeout for Kong. It's number 5. And here we go. Bottom of the 7th coming up. 2-0 the game. When we come back, Yellow Jackets trying to get a win. Bottom of the 7th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. It's Western Washington trailing Montana State Billings 2-0. The final 3 outs are the chances here for Western Washington to try and salvage game number 2. They won game 1 5-1. Trying to get a Friday sweep. MSUB trying to even the series 1-1. Pitch goes high from Emily Waters. She's trying to go the distance for just the 4th time this season. Only 3 completed games and 14 starts for her. She's been great. No earned runs right now against Western Washington as the Vikings only have 3 hits. Delamagori pops it up in the infield. This should be routine for Dipwick. Right near the circle makes the catch. Delamagori is retired. 2 outs to go for the Yellow Jackets to get a win. Vikings have only been shut out twice on the season. One of those shutouts came at home against Simon Fraser. Now it's Traxler at the dish. 1 for 2. Hits this left side foul. Or strike 1. Traxler has hit the ball well in this game, made good contact with her single, and then also hit a pretty well hit fly out to center field her last time up. If the Vikings are going to want to do it, it's going to have to be the bottom of the order to come through. Something that they did a whole lot last season, and something that made them such a good team was that 1 through 9, they had the ability to go on a run when they needed it. Traxler after the foul ball is down in an 0-2 hole, though. Waters with 4 Ks on the day. 2 walks and 3 hits allowed. The 0-2 pitch, Traxler sits on it for ball 1. With that pitch, Waters has now hit the century mark, 100 pitches in her start. Lefty trying to go for a complete game shutout. This on the ground. Second baseman Blazchek over to first, and a 4-3 ground out makes it 2 outs in the 7th. Vikings down to their last chance. Layla Carpenter to the lefty looks to extend it. The center fielder had a single back in the 5th as part of a 1 for 2 day. She struck out in the 2nd in her other at-bat. Swing and a miss on the first pitch, strike one. Waters trying to finish this gem of a game against such a tough offense in Western Washington. Second best batting average offense, and among the leaders in scoring offenses just as well. .103 pitches for Waters. Just needs one more out to finish it. MSUB trying to upset the number 11 Vikings. Swing and a miss from Carpenter. She can't find it, and she's down 1-2. Vikings down to their last strike. 4 Ks on the day for Waters. Carpenter has struck out once. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Carpenter stays alive, but still just one strike away, or one ball put in play to a Yellow Jacket defender could end it. Another 1-2 pitch from Waters. Fouled again by Carpenter, up and back. Carpenter trying to battle to keep the game open as Lexi Barcombe waits on deck. The 9-spot hitter. Vikings need to spark the rally. The offense has just not been able to find it against Emily Waters. Waters came into this after pitching just one game against St. Martin's because her second game she was supposed to pitch was canceled. Trying to get the win. Carpenter fouls off another pitch. She'll stay in that 1-2 count she's been in. Joey Baker surrenders the 2 earned runs in the first 3 innings of this game. Has to exit early, and Kaana Kong shuts it down for the next 4. Vikings offense, though, down to their last strike as the pitch misses high. It's 2-2. She's retired 7 straight, trying to get number 8 to finish it. Just missed, and it's a full count. Three and 2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Carpenter trying to keep game 2 alive. Here's Waters' pitch to finish it. Swing and a miss. Waters finishes a complete game shutout against the Vikings and a 2-0 upset win for Montana State Billings. They knock down the number 11 nationally ranked Vikings, and they will grab the win, pushing Montana State Billings now to an 11-22 record, picking up their 6th GNAC win, now 6-7 in the conference. Vikings fall to 27-10 overall and 11-3 in the conference. Losing pitcher is Joey Baker in 3 innings, gives up the 2 earned runs. Emily Waters, a complete game shutout against Western Washington. That is no easy feat as she earns her 6th win of the season in her 15th start. We'll see everyone tomorrow for a doubleheader here starting at noon. You can catch it on Vikings TV. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great rest of your day, and good night.